Welcome to the Autoimmune Hepatitis Patient-Focused Drug Development Meeting. My name is Craig Lammert, the Executive Director for the Autoimmune Hepatitis Association. I'm also a hepatologist at Indiana University School of Medicine. I will be helping to moderate the program today. It is also my pleasure to introduce Erin Anderson. Erin is the Director of Programming for the Autoimmune Hepatitis Association, and she will be moderating today as well.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. We've been planning this meeting for well over a year now, and we're just so excited that today is finally here and that you all are with us. So thank you so much.
I want to welcome patients and any family members and caregivers to this incredibly important patient-focused drug development meeting. Thank you for being present and being heard. In attendance alongside patients today are other key stakeholders in AIH. I welcome healthcare professionals that care for patients, but also those that conduct and execute clinical trials in hepatology. Also in attendance are representatives from multiple pharmaceutical companies, all interested in improving treatment for AIH patients, as well as individuals from national regulatory bodies that help to make decisions about the conduct, approval, and execution of clinical trials. We have over 400 registrations for this meeting. But you may notice that you can't see other attendees for privacy issues, but you will be able to see our presenters and panelists throughout the day. We would like to have a very interactive meeting, and in fact, we will be utilizing periodic polling questions throughout the meeting on the Zoom platform. Further, we encourage you to share comments and opinions in the chat box when it's relevant. We will use all of this information to construct a meeting summary in the months to come. We believe this event represents a unique opportunity to shine a dedicated light on autoimmune hepatitis in order to clearly understand AIH patient challenges in and out of the clinic. We will do this by completing the following aims. We will preview the diagnosis, management, and treatment of autoimmune hepatitis, which will be referred to as AIH throughout the talks today. We'll share firsthand accounts from patients and how AIH impacts their quality of life. We'll share a variety of patient perspectives on currently available AIH treatments. And finally, we'll consider patient and clinician views on the development and design of future AIH clinical trials. A focus on patients has been the goal of the AIHA since our start in 2015. As a reminder, the AIHA is a nonprofit organization that is dedicated to providing support and hope to patients and families through disease education and research opportunities. You can learn more about us and the services that we provide online at www.aihep.org. Our drug development meeting is divided into two sections today. The morning will focus on review of AIH and patient disease testimonials, followed with a group discussion focused on quality of life. After lunch, we will review AIH treatments and patient testimonials, followed by group discussion focusing on treatment. We will then wrap up with a brief discussion about future clinical trial considerations. Before we jump in, I want to pause and say the AIHA is grateful to the Food and Drug Administration for accepting our application to lead this patient-focused drug development meeting, and we are thankful for their presence and guidance. Specifically, I want to thank Shannon Sparkle for her ongoing mentoring during the past year as we developed this meeting. And finally, I would like to introduce Dr. Frank Anania, who will provide us a few remarks. Dr. Anania is the Acting Director of the Division of Hepatology and Nutrition at the FDA. Dr. Anania, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Craig. I appreciate it. And first of all, on behalf of the Food and Drug Administration and the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, in which the Division of Hepatology and Nutrition resides, I also want to welcome all of you today to this important forum in which we are going to listen, as I told Erin, throughout the planning process to patients and other stakeholders. As regulators, we play a pivotal role, but our role today is to listen with intensity. Of course, you're going to hear about the natural history of disease from my colleagues in the country, as well as therapies that are existing. We know that this disease, autoimmune hepatitis, is a rare disease, and it afflicts primarily Caucasians and has a bimodal distribution, meaning that it can occur in youth as well as in older folks. Importantly, it is also a hallmark of other autoimmune diseases. So we come here, just as you do, many of you, to listen and to learn. I can assure you that my colleagues and I have a special interest in this disease because it is, in fact, a rare disease for which little is known about its pathobiology. But that also, the biology of the disease helps us to understand the not only clinical trial design, but also pathways for approval of new drugs for this disease. So we look forward to today's comments, and others in my division will be here as well, but primarily we intend to listen and to take the information back to our offices to think about this process. But make no mistake, this is a very important problem for us, as we know the therapies are limited. And so, Craig, thank you very much. And Aaron, thank you for organizing this meeting. We look forward to the day's events.
Thank you, Dr. Anania. We really appreciate you being here today and for all the support of the FDA. Next, we're going to move on to a brief overview of autoimmune hepatitis. We have a diverse audience here today, so we want to make sure that everyone has a good basic understanding of the disease. We are so fortunate to have Dr. Tess Bitterman, a hepatologist at the University of Pennsylvania, here with us today. Dr. Bitterman has a special research interest in autoimmune hepatitis, and we're so grateful that she has agreed to present. Dr. Bitterman, thanks for joining us. I'll hand it over to you now.
Thank you so much for allowing me to, share a couple thoughts today. I'm going to share my screen. That. And let me do this. Then we're going to switch. All right. Does that look okay?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Well, welcome everybody. My task today is just to provide a brief overview of autoimmune hepatitis. I'm sure many folks in the audience already have a fair bit of knowledge about this. But that being said, I think it's always good to go over a couple, basic features. As Erin said, I'm a hepatologist and researcher at the University of Pennsylvania. So first of all, what is autoimmune hepatitis? So it is a chronic autoimmune disease of the liver, where the immune cells that normally are responsible for instance, preventing infection and so forth, they actually start targeting and injuring our healthy liver cells. And that causes liver inflammation, damage, and scarring in the liver. And we think it likely results from a combination of different factors, which I'll mention a little bit later in more detail, but there's likely some degree of genetic history that's relevant, and then also some environmental triggers that may play a role. It occurs primarily in women, so about 80 to 90% of cases are in women. But we definitely can't forget that about 10 to 20% of men can also have this. It's been described at all ages, within all racial and ethnic groups, and really worldwide. So a couple other basic features. So as already alluded to, autoimmune hepatitis is rare. In a recent study we conducted in the US, we found that it affects about 1 in 30,000 Americans. We also think that it is more common in some groups. There's an older paper from a number of years ago now that had shown an increased prevalence in particular ethnic groups of Alaska Natives. But that obviously requires more study as we understand a little bit more about it. Frequently, there's no specific family history of autoimmune hepatitis, but you may see an increased family history of other autoimmune diseases. And about 20 to 40% of patients have another autoimmune condition at the time that they're diagnosed. And so those may include hypothyroidism or Graves' disease usually, or Hashimoto's is another one that we see, inflammatory bowel disease such as Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis, or celiac disease. But there could be also other autoimmune conditions such as lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, etc. In terms of the risk factors, so we often provide this lock and key explanation where, the genetic or other sort of predisposing factor is the lock, and then there's this environmental trigger, which serves as the key to sort of cause this to occur. In reality, it is probably not that simple, but it gives at least sort of an easy framework to start with and understand how this may happen. In terms of the genetics, it's been shown that genetic basis is probably a little bit less strong with autoimmune hepatitis than with other autoimmune diseases. Most cases are what we call sporadic, which basically just means isolated, but you can see some clusters in families. Most of the genes that so far we've identified, though, are really not specific to autoimmune hepatitis and are in fact shared across other autoimmune diseases. And as I mentioned before, you may have this family history of other autoimmune disease that's present. In terms of environmental triggers, there have been some drug exposures that have been implicated, such as nitrofurantoin, which is a commonly used antibiotic for urinary tract infections, minocycline. There have also been a couple small studies looking at certain viral infections, although that can often be a little hard to prove. And then there's what we call these epigenetic factors. So these are things that are in the environment that we are exposed to that can cause changes in how our genes function. So common examples of epigenetic factors are things like smoking, medications, pollutants, those sorts of things. And then this area of the epigenetic factors and how that relates to autoimmune hepatitis occurring is definitely an area of study right now. So what are the symptoms? About a third, roughly quarter to a third of patients have no symptoms when they present, but 5% can actually develop liver failure with jaundice. So that just means yellowing of your skin or eyes as their initial presentation. So those patients can actually be quite sick and in the hospital. For the 60 to 70% in between, oftentimes it's non-specific symptoms, the most common being fatigue, but there may be other symptoms such as poor appetite, maybe some joint pains, maybe some irregularities in the menstrual cycle for women who are still menstruating. And importantly, also about a third of patients have cirrhosis at diagnosis. And cirrhosis basically means that there is extensive scarring in the liver. And cirrhosis may have its own set of symptoms, commonly things like fluid buildup, jaundice, or easy bruising or bleeding. Initially, this is detected often through routine blood tests, the most common being a liver panel. And the most important features are that we see elevated liver enzymes. Here we're talking mostly about ALT or alanine aminotransferase, which is a mouthful, and aspartate aminotransferase or AST. The ALT usually is mostly contained in liver cells, and then the AST is in liver cells and also some other tissues. It can be a wide range of abnormalities, from mild abnormalities, so for instance, less than 100, to more severe, so in the thousands or tens of thousands. The alkaline phosphatase is usually normal or near normal, and the bilirubin can be elevated if this is a more severe presentation with jaundice. There may be some other blood tests that are run to help support this diagnosis. Commonly, we turn to antibody levels. So for instance, the anti-nuclear antibody, or ANA, which is elevated in about 80% of patients. Anti-smooth muscle, or ASMA, which is elevated in about 60% of patients. There are some other less commonly checked antibodies that sometimes are relevant. And then we often check this IgG, which is essentially a broad class of antibodies in our bodies. And when that's elevated, that can also support autoimmune hepatitis. In the process, we're often ruling out other causes of potential, liver test abnormalities, such as viral hepatitis, alcohol-related liver injury, fatty liver disease, other autoimmune diseases, and sometimes drug-induced liver injury. And there may be certain things that are present that we should, look for at the time of diagnosis, such as celiac disease, thyroid disorder, and vitamin D deficiency. These things tend to be quite commonly present in the setting of autoimmune hepatitis. What about imaging? Well, so it's not required for the diagnosis, but we often get it in part to rule out other things. And so usually a routine ultrasound of the liver is sufficient. That allows us to assess for signs of cirrhosis. As I said, that can happen in about a third of patients. And you might look for other things that could explain liver test elevation. In addition, sometimes patients will undergo a fibroscan or elastography. That basically measures the stiffness of the liver to get us a sense, okay, is there any evidence of scarring or fibrosis in the liver present? So next is the liver biopsy. So we do typically recommend a liver biopsy. And, if you go by the guidelines, really the diagnosis of autoimmune hepatitis should include a liver biopsy. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, these antibody levels can be elevated in people without autoimmune hepatitis, whether they're healthy or with other liver diseases. So it's important to look for other things. And in addition, about 20% of patients with autoimmune hepatitis actually have none of the typical lab tests of those antibody levels, for instance. And so you may still have a strong suspicion for autoimmune hepatitis, even though some of the earlier testing is negative. And then the last part is that the treatment involves long-term immunosuppression. And so it's really important to be sure that this is the right diagnosis before we commit to that. It also allows us to assess the severity of the injury, so how much inflammation is actually there in the liver. And so it's been shown that about 40% of patients who have really, really extensive inflammation at the time of diagnosis will develop cirrhosis. So that can be helpful sort of prognostically. It also allows us to stage the scarring in the liver that's present or the fibrosis, and then just see what else may be there. Sometimes patients may have some coexistent fatty liver disease or maybe overlap with other autoimmune liver diseases. And lastly, I wanted to touch upon the prognosis because I think this is something that patients ask a lot about in clinic. And the overall sort of the general takeaway is that prognosis is usually quite good. There are some specific groups that we need to think about, but in general, the 10-year liver-related mortality in the US is about 6 to 7%. However, we do need to think about cirrhosis of the liver. And so, as I mentioned before, cirrhosis is advanced and permanent liver scarring. And the reason why that's relevant is that patients with cirrhosis do have decreased survival compared to patients who do not. As I've sort of alluded to again and again, about a third of patients do have cirrhosis at diagnosis, and we think of cirrhosis really as a permanent state. So that cirrhosis is not going to go away. And then an additional 10 to 40% may develop cirrhosis after they're diagnosed or while they're being treated, for instance. We know that there's certain risk factors for cirrhosis at diagnosis, and that includes older age, being male, being African American or Hispanic. And as I mentioned, cirrhosis of the liver can lead to not only severe liver impairment, but also certain complications and decreased survival. It's also associated with a risk of liver cancer that's about 1 to 9%. There's also been this is from a very old study and probably should be redone recently because I know this is also a question that comes up from patients quite a bit. But about 5% of patients may develop non-liver cancers sort of over time. The most common being non-melanoma skin cancer, which we know is also associated with immunosuppression. And so it would be relevant to sort of screen for these things. Obviously, the other thing to keep in mind is that, some of these patients may also be having these risk of non-liver cancers just purely based on their age as well. So there's other factors that might influence that. And then what is the role of liver transplantation? So generally, this is reserved for patients with advanced or what we call decompensated cirrhosis, or those who have acute severe liver failure that happens in the short term. About 20% of patients with autoimmune hepatitis that does not respond to therapy may need a liver transplant down the road. And about 5% of all liver transplants in the US are done for autoimmune hepatitis. So when you think about what I said earlier, autoimmune hepatitis is a really rare disease, but it actually accounts for 5% of liver transplants in the US. Survival after liver transplantation is excellent, particularly when you compare it to other liver diseases that we transplant for. So about 90% for children at 5 years and 80 to 90% at 5 years for adults. And that's all I had for today.
Great. Thank you, Tess. Dr. Bitterman, such a wonderful overview of AIH. And we gave you a challenge to give an overview of AIH in 15 minutes, and it was just excellent. And again, one that I think many patients will go back to look for years to come. So thank you again for joining us. Before moving forward with the meeting, we are going to pause and ask our audience to share some de-identified information about where you live, your age, and what is your connection to AIH. This also will help us test out the polling that we'll be doing later on in our program. So here in just a moment, you should see on your screen 3 questions that describe your demographics. You have to use the scroller to go all through them. So the first one is, where do you live? The second one, please share your connection to autoimmune hepatitis. And the third one, please share the AIH patient's age. And we'll give you a few seconds to fill this out before we move on. Looks like we're still collecting answers. We just gone over the 80% of individuals here right now, which is close to 175. I'm going to end the poll in just a few seconds. And then I'd like to share the results. So you can see most of our constituent here is from the United States. We're really delighted to see that we have individuals from Europe, including the UK and Canada, with us as well. And a gentle nod to the Asia Pacific Islands as well. You can see that this is also a patient meeting. So again, most of our constituent today, about 76%, are patients, but we also welcome the parents of patients that have autoimmune hepatitis and family members, including also the researchers, clinicians that are important. And again, thank you for the pharmaceutical company representation. And then finally, you can see we have quite a distribution of individuals with us today. We see most of us are somewhere between 50 and 70, but we see increased amounts in early adulthood and even beyond that as well. So again, thank you. And again, I just want to say again how grateful we are to see you all here with such a wide variety of demographics represented in the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Lammer. With my work at the Autoimmune Hepatitis Association, I've had the pleasure of talking with hundreds of AIH patients and family members each year through our national conferences, support groups, and one-on-one conversations. Autoimmune hepatitis symptoms are a frequent topic of conversation, especially the symptoms that occur outside the liver. As a nonprofit, the Autoimmune Hepatitis Association has sponsored many educational talks, webinars, and we even had a class to help patients deal with AIH symptoms. And last year, we published a paper looking at the different ways AIH impacts patients' lives. It became very clear to us that living with AIH involves a lot more than abnormal liver enzymes. So over the next 30 minutes, we're going to hear directly from patients about what it's like to live with autoimmune hepatitis and how this disease impacts their quality of life. First up, I'd like to introduce Laren, who's going to tell us about her experience living with autoimmune hepatitis.
My name is Laren Simpson. I was hospitalized with jaundice symptoms in February of 2021. My skin and eyes were yellow, I had dark urine, and my ALT, AST levels were over 1,000. After about a week's stay in the hospital, many tests, blood work, a liver biopsy later on, I was diagnosed with autoimmune hepatitis. Prior to my diagnosis, I was working as a special education teacher with students who have multiple disabilities. I was also in school working on my 3rd state certification in teaching. Unfortunately, I could not return to my job. I had to stop my schooling, and I had to rethink my entire career due to this disease. This is primarily due to the fatigue and many other symptoms that I have and continue to experience. Fatigue is the biggest change in my life. Prior to the diagnosis, I was an active person professionally, socially, and mentally. I was constantly going, moving, and trying to have enriching experiences. Fatigue has caused me to have to rethink my whole way of life and listen to my body first, aside from what my mind wants. To build up and maintain my energy, I require frequent naps, longer rest times during activities, and more sleep at night. I have to limit attending events or engagements that are too close together for fear of the stress it will take on my body. Planning rest days has become part of my weekly calendar. My fatigue has impacted my daily living on a basic level. Doing daily activities such as showering, brushing my hair, getting dressed, or making a meal leave me exhausted. Cleaning, laundry, grocery shopping, all have to be thought out and planned on days where I have the energy to do so. Even with planning, I still need to take frequent breaks and/or need help at times. And if I overexert myself, I'll be paying for it the next day. I could sleep most of the day, even get a migraine or nausea if I push too much. Sometimes just doing these basic daily tasks can be a challenge and leave me extremely tired. This lifestyle change led to depression. I've never experienced depression before. My depression has affected spending time with loved ones and finding that optimism that I was once known for. I'm a young woman who's just starting a new chapter in her life, and I have to repeatedly remind myself to not refer to who I once was as if she's gone. But finding my new normal and optimism still is difficult. There was a time period where I thought I was going to get better and get back to doing the things that I loved and how I did them before. I've realized that I have a new normal now, and accepting that is still challenging at times. I sought out therapy, and I spent many doctor's visits discussing my depression. Acknowledging my depression and seeking help has benefited me in many ways, but it's a continuous battle. Like this disease, I have good days and bad days. For my AIH, I have previously taken buserdiol, prednisone, azathioprine, mercaptopurine, also known as 6-MP. I'm currently taking omeprazole, mycophenolate, also known as Cellcept. Side effects from this disease and these medications have led me to begin taking biotin, vitamin D, prochlorperazine, also known as compazine, for nausea, and duloxetine for depression and musculoskeletal pain. Although azathioprine did help stabilize my liver enzymes in the beginning, I had some unwanted side effects, including severe back pain. I switched to 6-MP, but then went into a flare, so that's how I wound up being placed on Cellcept. My doctor has adjusted my dosage due to flares, but my liver enzymes have been within normal range for the past few months. Even though all of these medications have helped stabilize my levels, they can come with undesirable and harsh side effects. Side effects I've experienced include nausea, vomiting, migraines, GI issues, abdominal pain, joint pain, back pain, insomnia, restless legs, itching, crawling sensation, muscle pain and weakness, memory fog, brain fog, depression, motion sickness, heartburn, moon face, mood swings, weight loss, lack of appetite, and hair loss and thinning. I also have to take certain precautions, such as using UV protection and SPF daily as needed, and making sure I have all my medications and other helpful items for just in case moments when I'm traveling or going out. Being on Cellcept has decreased my back pain, but also brought on a side effect I had no idea I'd be facing: prohibition to family plan. I had been so worried about stabilizing my levels but now I'm stressed thinking about going back on a medication with difficult side effects so I can have the opportunity to bear a child, something I have been longing for. I'm stressed because I will automatically be a high-risk pregnancy, and although I'm only 30, I know time is not on my side. This is also a sensitive subject for me, as I see other loved ones celebrating their pregnancies while I cannot even begin to plan mine. To begin, I would need to change medications and see how my levels adjust. And while my struggle does not change how happy I am for them, it's another stressor for me. I had no idea this new diagnosis would impact my entire life, financially, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Being unable to return to work brought financial burden, something I was very stable in previously. I have had to apply for Social Security disability and other government assistance to aid myself. Due to physical limitations, I have struggled to return to hobbies I once enjoyed, including yoga, walking, and playing with my nieces and nephews. It pains me to have to say no or limit my interaction with them or miss special moments because my body is in pain or has bedridden me. My body needs more rest, so I have to listen for fear of worse symptoms arising. I only wash my hair once a week, and I even cut it short from my waist to my shoulders due to it thinning and to make it easier to manage. Mentally and emotionally, I became depressed and withdrawn from my family and friends. My social relationships were strained and tested throughout this time. My self-worth has been tested as well. Losing my job, rethinking my career, the physical limitations, stress about medications, dealing with side effects, blood work, future family plans are things that I ponder often. I always prided myself in being independent and taking care of my own. However, I've had to ask for help in more ways than I ever have before. My days are determined by what symptoms or side effects I'm experiencing that day and how they make me feel. Some days I can manage better than others, but it's a constant battle. For me, the most challenging part is the lack of control with this disease. I have tried to do all I am capable of to live a healthy lifestyle and to adjust to my new normal, including tracking my diet, exercise, sleep, and adjusting to benefit my overall health. However, even with my diligence, I can wake up and need more sleep, or have the worst nausea and have to cancel plans because my body can't handle the stress. It is difficult to explain to strangers, friends, and loved ones how I'm feeling and impacted because my disease is invisible. I usually tell people I'm fine, even when I may be having a bad day, just to avoid the conversation. I wish I could change the management and treatment of this disease. The serious medications make daily living unstable and difficult to balance, especially in the beginning stages after diagnosis. Weekly blood draws can be daunting and painful. Steroids are a miracle drug, but being on them evokes many other struggles for a person. Immunosuppressants require a person to make drastic lifestyle changes. Perhaps if there were different methods or medications with less severe side effects, it could help a person better to adjust to this new diagnosis and new normal. There is so much more I could say on this disease and the impacts on my daily living, social relationships, and overall health. The last thing I will say is that this disease has humbled and enlightened me, as I hope my remarks have done for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Laren. Your story was so powerful, and you did an excellent job of explaining particularly how fatigue impacts your quality of life. Thank you also for being brave enough to talk about depression, which is another common disease symptom. Next, we're going to hear from Mauricia, a patient whose life has also been changed significantly with this diagnosis.
Hi, my name is Mauricia McCray, and I am a patient of autoimmune hepatitis, AIH for short. I was diagnosed in 2017. For about maybe 4 months, I was just feeling horrible, very tired, very fatigued, dizzy, nausea, a lot of nausea, vomiting. But I didn't think anything of it. Thought maybe I had it, the body flu or something, or the flu or something like that. And so this went on, and finally I went to my primary medical doctor, and they did some tests, liver enzymes and all of that. And then I was diagnosed then. In that, I had, like I said, my symptoms were nausea, is vomiting, and just fatigue. Fatigue was, I would just try to go to work, and I'd actually get to the parking lot of my job, and I'd feel so bad I would just cry before I went into work, and then went into work and, try to do my job the best as possible, having all of these symptoms and everything. Some of the symptoms, dizzy spells. I did lose some weight because I wasn't eating. I didn't have an appetite. Let's see, muscle aches, joint pain, severe fatigue, and all of that. So, but I made it to the hospital. My primary care told me to go straight to the hospital. And that's when they did the blood work. And then that's when I was diagnosed. After that, seemed like everything, not just, it didn't fall into place, but it seems like everything started happening to me. I started feeling all the other symptoms. I got started on the medicine. I got started on, it was prednisone at first. And although prednisone, it was okay. I was on high doses of prednisone, and I'm still on prednisone. It seems that my body loves it. And when I get down to a certain dosage, about 20 milligrams, I go into a flare. So I have been on high doses of prednisone, but back and forth in the hospital because the prednisone really wasn't keeping my labs down. And so I got, in the midst of that, I got started on other meds. So right now I am on prednisone. I am on azathioprine, which is Imuran. I am on Prograf. I am on Cellsep because I'm considered as a hard to treat AIH patient. Hey, those meds, from all of those meds, the side effects are crazy. Prednisone in itself is a very harsh medicine. It's a steroid. I know that. And just the prednisone alone, I was, it induced, steroid-induced diabetes. So now I am on insulin from the prednisone, and a couple other of the medicines also. It will raise your blood sugars also. But from that, you get, GI problems is always an issue with medicines that you take, which, I mean, I wish that wouldn't be the case. But from taking like I said, from taking the prednisone, I am now on 3 insulins. I am on a long-acting insulin, 2 long-acting insulins, and a short-acting insulin. And the meds, from taking the meds, I'm on Zofran for nausea. Actually, I'm on a Bactrim, just from prevent my body from getting infections. I am on also Also, I hate to go back, but prednisone is just such a strong med. Prednisone can send you in depression too. So now I'm on a medicine for depression, and not just prednisone, just the fact of having autoimmune hepatitis. It sends you to a depression because this is kind of hard to say. It changes your life drastically. But the things that you once did, I was very active. I'm a nurse by profession, and I'm not able to do that anymore because I no longer have the stamina. I no longer, um, I feel horrible most of the days. I wake up and sometimes I don't know how I'm gonna feel. So now I'm on disability for that. Um, my life, I love to cook. I used to love to go shopping, love to go on family vacations, spending time with my family, moving around. Sometimes I can't even drive a car because of the dizziness and the other symptoms that I feel. And not only did it change my life, it changed my family's life too, being on these medicines and autoimmune hepatitis. Also because uh, a lot of times, a lot of people don't know what AIH is. And they're just basically clueless. This is something that a lot of people have never heard of before. Myself, as being a nurse, I had never heard of it either when I was diagnosed, so I was completely taken aback. But anyway, they just don't understand how you feel on a daily basis, and just it takes away a lot from you, from your life. It just does so much. And like I said, it affects everyone around me. As far as as far as the medicines, I was also on medicine. I was also on rituximab too. That's infusion. I've had 3 rituximab infusion, and although you kind of kept me from being in a hospital for a long period of time, maybe 8 months or something. I think its effects just kind of wears off for me, and then I am in another flare also. So please, I am praying and hoping that that something is done as far as the medicine that just help with these flare-ups for me personally. I'm going to say for me, because I've had them so often. Oh my God. It's just so devastating. The side effects from the medicine also, oh God, hot flashes, insomnia, depression, teeth sensitivity, headaches, hot flashes, cold flashes, brain fog, increased blood sugar, severe fatigue. These medicines also cause that also. And I wish and hope and pray that something for AIH is developed that, has very less of the side effects, but more of a lasting effect for AIH patients. Taking the medicine, also, it just, so most of the time, once I'm on so many medication, it just makes you want to stay at home because you don't know, you can be out and boom, something will happen, dizziness, brain fog. These are some of the things that I endure on a daily basis. It would just be so awesome to come up with some medicines just for AIH that will help get your life bag that would help with the fatigue, that will help, with just the nausea, just the dizziness, just all of the side effects that now the medicines that I take now for AIH. So please help us AIH patients and develop some medicines that will be a more longer lasting effect. And give us a better quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauricia, for being so open about about how autoimmune hepatitis has impacted you, and also for being so transparent about the activities you once enjoyed that you can no longer do because of your diagnosis. Our final patient presentation in this section will be for Max, an AIH patient who received a liver transplant.
Hi, my name is Max Rosner. I'm 38 years old and I currently live in Lake in the Hills, Illinois. I'm married and I have a 17-year-old son. I was diagnosed with autoimmune hepatitis nearly 30 years ago. It has been a part of my whole life. I would like to take this opportunity to give you a glimpse into the life I've lived and my hope for the future. When I was 9 years old and in the 4th grade, I remember getting sick. What started out as normal flu-like symptoms quickly escalated into severe abdominal pain. When my symptoms hadn't improved and my fever kept spiking, my parents took me to the ER. The ER physician immediately noticed that I was jaundiced. This was scary not just for me, but for my entire immediate family. Nobody could explain what any of this meant. In 1993, getting diagnosed with autoimmune hepatitis was a complicated process that included seeing multiple doctors until finally being referred to a pediatric gastroenterologist at Rush University in the city of Chicago. I still remember my doctor, Dr. Sandler. The hospital was over an hour from our home. After several visits, lots of labs, and eventually a liver biopsy, we were told that I had autoimmune hepatitis, which was not only rare, but even rarer in men. The internet at the time was not a household luxury back then, so trying to understand this disease was incredibly complicated. I remember that Rush was the only location that could draw what labs needed to check on my liver enzymes. My parents couldn't just take me to a local lab. For months, I had to take every Monday off of school to be driven to the city for lab work. This put such a huge burden on my immediate family, not just emotionally, mentally, but financially. We were a paycheck-to-paycheck family. When I was around 10 years old, I was placed on the pediatric liver transplant waiting list because they were having trouble getting my liver enzymes to stabilize. I remember sitting in a boardroom type setting, having to meet with the entire transplant team at Rush University. It was scary for everyone. At the time, I don't think I had an actual understanding of the severity of my situation. Thankfully, however, the doctors were able to stabilize my liver, although I remained on the transplant list until I was 18. Autoimmune hepatitis has impacted nearly every aspect of my life. In grade school, I'd have to miss quite a bit of time due to my severe symptoms. Some of those symptoms include chronic fatigue, gastrointestinal issues, and itching until my skin was raw. The toughest part about being an adolescent with a chronic condition is that you tend to appear normal on the outside. I didn't look sick. I learned quickly to put a smile on my face and try to hide my pain. Nobody knew what autoimmune hepatitis was. The word hepatitis was often associated with Hep C. I would get questions about how I caught it or if I'm contagious, and this affected my social life and impacted me emotionally. I never really felt like a normal kid. Growing up, I was very limited in what I could do physically. My INR was always elevated, so I ran the risk of bleeding and infection if I were to injure myself. I wasn't allowed to play contact sports due to my enlarged spleen. I would sit and watch my friends tackle each other or roughhouse, and I could never be a part of that. I never even learned to dive in the water for fear that I would land on my belly and injure myself. One of the worst symptoms that not many understand, though, is fatigue. If you've never experienced true fatigue, it can be sometimes hard to imagine for someone. It's not just being tired. Some days, my body was so drained, I would lay in bed for 14 plus hours, not even sleeping, just laying there, just not having the physical strength to move. I would then sleep for what seemed like days at a time. I would miss out on going to family get-togethers, vacations, work, and just doing normal everyday activities like showering or getting dressed. Those were difficult. Fatigue was not just a physical symptom. It had a huge impact on my mental health. I remember when my son was young, I missed out on doing things a father cherishes with their child. I was never able to teach my son how to ride a bike. I just didn't have the strength for it. I would miss school events such as his band and choir concerts. I remember he would ask me if I was able to go this time. If I did go out to family gatherings, I'd fall asleep most of the time and miss out on dinner or memorable conversations. For close to 12 years, my adult life revolved around keeping myself alive, and it felt like my family came second. I missed out on some of the most formative years of my son's life. Another symptom of autoimmune hepatitis I experienced was body aches. There would be days when it felt like someone just pummeled my body. I also experienced unexplained malaise that included stomach pain, severe cramps in my legs, feet, hips, and just a general discomfort that never really went away. These would be debilitating at times. I'd have to call into work or cancel plans because these symptoms would happen unexpectedly. I remember in my mid to late 20s, I experienced several autoimmune hepatitis flares. Each time I would have to go back on high doses of prednisone for months. It was awful. The damage was done though. When I was 30 years old, it was determined my liver had had enough. It was failing. My only option now was a transplant. From that point on, my life consisted of specialists, lab work, tests, psychologists, and a rapid decline in my physical and mental health, all while trying to work full-time and raise my family. The actual process of getting listed for transplant was long. It took several months of tests and meetings to finally be added. When I was at my sickest, I had very severe bouts of hepatic encephalopathy. Again, this was scary for me and my family. I was hospitalized many times for it. The worst experience was the time I was released from the hospital and the nurses didn't realize I was actually having an HE episode. Instead of going home, which was only 20 miles away, I drove my car several hundred miles to a completely different state. At one point, I crashed my car into something and broke the mirror off. I don't remember that. I was also pulled over at the time in Wisconsin and taken to the hospital. I don't have much of a memory of that time. Most of it was told to me until I actually got to the hospital. After I was placed on the transplant list, it wasn't long before my mental health began to rapidly decline. Although I believe many factors contributed to this decline, one of the biggest is my encephalopathy. Most days I just wasn't myself. I would fall asleep at work, have trouble concentrating, and be agitated very easily. I remember I couldn't drive for a long time because I risked being in another car accident. In 2016, as things got worse, so did my marriage. I didn't like not being independent. I was also having trouble mentally. So much of my day-to-day life had to be handled by my wife. All the cooking, cleaning, and most importantly, taking care of our son was in my wife's hands. In my diminished capacity, my only idea to rectify the situation was to file for divorce. I felt like a burden, and this seemed to be the solution. Things seemed to happen so rapidly. I moved out and back into my mother's house. I split time with my son every other weekend and even filed the paperwork for divorce. I was turning into a mean person. My thoughts were bleak and I was beginning to give up. At the time, I created reasons why all this was a good idea, but as it turns out, the issues I was seeing were manufactured by me due to my illness. Thankfully, I finally decided to seek therapy at my transplant hospital. My psychiatrist was at least able to bring me back to reality and help me get grounded in reality. After nearly 10 months separated from my family, I moved back in and we began to work through my issues. This also came at a financial cost to both of us, having spent nearly $15,000 combined in attorney and court fees. In 2016, during my separation, my life was falling apart. People used to praise how calm and collected I was during various crises, both work and in personal life related, but the truth was it was destroying me inside. I had just learned to live with a smile on my face to the outside world. I've been working at my job for nearly 13 years. My whole career was with Verizon Wireless. The time finally came around September of 2016 when I had to file for short-term disability. I loved my job. All of my adult friendships came from there, but the combination of my health and my mental decline forced me to leave. I couldn't operate in a capacity that was fair to my team. Until this point, I'd been working consistently from the time I was 15, so 18 years straight of working. After exhausting all of my short-term disability benefits, I was then moved over to long-term disability. At that point, I was now permanently separated from my job. Being on disability also brings on a whole new world of fear and anxiety. When will benefits stop? Will I ever work again? If so, where? I don't have a college degree, so from the time I left work, it would be another year before I would get my transplant. At that point, it would be another 4 after that before I started to work again. In my case, I was on the transplant list for 3 years. In the Chicagoland area, you have to be the sickest of the sick for them to actively search for a liver. The MELD system only accounts for how you're doing based on numbers. It does not take into account your physical or your mental symptoms. My symptoms were devastating to my personal and professional life. In 2017, I started looking into double listing at another transplant hospital, and even my best friend was getting ready to start the process of being tested to be a live donor for me. None of that came to be, though. In November, I began to get infections from the fluid that was in my abdomen every week. I ended up in the hospital with an infection that launched my MELD up to 33. On November 19th, I was told that they were going to begin searching for a liver. On November 20th, a donor was found. The next day, November 21st, I finally received my gift of life. I'm so grateful that I received a transplant. I'll be forever thankful to my donor's gift, but the after-transplant life has been quite the experience. When you get a transplant because of something not autoimmune related, your life can begin to resume as normal once you are healed. In my case, however, my autoimmune hepatitis is with me for life. I've already had 2 autoimmune flares since my transplant. One instance showed I had acute rejection, and a year later, I suffered a bout of moderate rejection. These both required hospital stays and drastic increases in prednisone. Also, I had to have 2 back surgeries, one in 2020 and another in 2021 due to a herniated disc. I now have rods and screws to hold me together. A lot of evidence points to the amount of time I spent in the hospital and the amount of time that I was sedentary due to my illness. I still always have to be careful of catching new infections. I was just hospitalized for 6 days back in October of 2022 due to a mysterious fluid collection in my abdomen that required a procedure. Due to my being on anti-rejection medication for nearly 30 years, I have also already had a basal cell carcinoma removed, along with around a dozen or so other skin biopsies. I'll have to see a dermatologist every 6 months for the rest of my life. However, even with everything mentioned earlier, my life is drastically better without having a diseased liver. In April of 2022, I was finally able to start working again. I'm more involved both at home and socially. I truly feel like an equal partner for the first time in my 17-year marriage. My son's a senior now, and I'm doing everything I can to be a part of this last major milestone that he has to accomplish before adulthood. I'm just glad I get to see what an awesome man he's becoming. Finally, I wanted to share with you my hope for the future of autoimmune hepatitis treatment. I feel fortunate that I've been able to live with this disease for almost 30 years now. It's given me a lot of insight into how autoimmune hepatitis is treated and great respect for the field of medicine. What's wild to me, though, is that the treatment in 1993 is the same as it is in 2022. Here are some steroids, here are some immunosuppressants, good luck. It either works or it doesn't. In those 30 years, I've never heard of any clinical trials for autoimmune hepatitis, except donating blood for research. Unfortunately, with the rare disease, it just doesn't get a lot of attention from the medical community, unless you live in a highly populated city with fantastic medical centers. Outside of these large cities, though, it can be difficult to find a qualified doctor that understands this autoimmune hepatitis. Even to this day, I still have to answer questions from nurses and other people who ask, how did I catch autoimmune hepatitis? I wish that when I was younger, there had been more effective treatments that didn't cause devastating side effects, such as the ones that prednisone causes. You heal one part of the body while simultaneously destroying other parts. I already have osteoporosis from the years of prednisone use. I also wish that there were more developed blood tests that could show the autoimmune hepatitis markers before the disease activates. Right now, the only confirmation is through a liver biopsy, which is invasive and costly. If it were possible to halt the progress of autoimmune hepatitis before it starts doing damage, it would be a game changer. We also need new therapies for patients that are flaring and for patients that do not respond well to treatment, such as myself. I went through a liver transplant at the age of 33, but my autoimmune hepatitis is forever. My biggest fear is that my disease will flare again. My previous history tells me that it's inevitable. Without new pharmaceutical options or alternative therapies, there's a good chance history repeats itself for me, and that's pretty terrifying. Everything I talked about just now requires more research. More research costs money. The Autoimmune Hepatitis Association is the only organization that I'm aware of that is making any attempt at improving the life of autoimmune hepatitis patients through education, social connections, and research. They can't be the only ones, though. Healthcare providers and hospitals need more resources to support patients with this disease. Also, if you could help improve the mental side effects of this disease, I believe the long-term outcomes for patients would be much more positive. It wasn't until me being listed for transplant that mental health resources were even discussed. Doctors need to make that a part of their treatment, open discussions about a patient's mental well-being. I know others like me were hesitant to speak to someone. I want to thank you for taking the time to hear just a small sample of my life over the last 30 years. This is my story. I've spoken with many others whose lives are also deeply impacted by this disease. I hope there's a future where someone else doesn't have to go through what I had to. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. We appreciate you being so candid about your experience as an AIH patient and as a transplant recipient. And also thank you for sharing so eloquently about how this disease has impacted your relationships and your mental health. I also want to thank Mauricia and Laren for sharing your experiences with AIH as well. I also want to acknowledge that your stories are tough to hear. I know we have some newly diagnosed patients who are part of this meeting here today, and for their sake, I want to reassure them that the majority of AIH patients never need a liver transplant. In addition, not all patients experience symptoms from this disease. So just because you hear about other patients experiencing severe symptoms doesn't mean you will too. I think this would be a good point in the meeting to announce that we will be hosting a drug development patient follow-up session, and that's going to be on Thursday, February 2nd from noon to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. This event will be for patients to gather so we can discuss what we heard here today and learned here today and put it all into perspective. So watch for an invitation to that event to be sent out soon. Now we're going to move into our large group facilitated discussion about quality of life. During this discussion, we're going to have several poll questions that we'll ask attendees who are patients or caregivers to respond to. A reminder that the chat box is always open, so please be sure to share your experiences and opinions there. We have 5 patient panelists joining us, including 2 you just heard from, Max and Laren. Welcome to all our panelists. I'd like to start off by asking all our panelists to unmute themselves and turn on their video. Wonderful, great to see you all here today. So I want to start off by asking the people who didn't give prepared remarks just a minute ago to very briefly introduce themselves and share a little bit about their experience with autoimmune hepatitis so far. We want to keep this really short because we want to get into the main discussion questions. Shamika, would you like to get us started? I just need you to come off mute. There we go.
Sure, I'll be more than happy. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shamika Cohen, and I'm located in South Carolina. I was diagnosed with AIH in January of 2018 via lab work and confirmed also by liver biopsy in February of 2018. For me, my story is a little bit different. I started out taking Solodine for acne back in 2015 for about a year. And unfortunately, it caused me to have drug-induced lupus. And from that point forward, my health went downhill. The lupus resolved itself, but I developed fibromyalgia with the chronic pain, chronic migraines, hypertension briefly, and then of course, AIH. I feel as though the AIH was brought on by the Solodine. However, I will say with the AIH, it has significantly affected my life with the extreme fatigue and at times insomnia. I will lay in bed for, it feels like weeks at times. It's hard to get up and go to the restroom at times. I don't want to get up and eat. And then after 2 or 3 weeks of having extreme fatigue, it turns into insomnia. I will just lay in bed and watch the sun, come up every morning for another 2 to 3 weeks. And then it flips back to fatigue. And no matter if I sleep 24 hours or 10 hours, it feels as though I'm never getting enough sleep. And it's significantly affected my mental health as well as my physical health tremendously with depression and anxiety.
Thank you, Shamika. We really appreciate you being here today. Anne, would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself and just tell us very, very briefly a little bit about your journey with the disease so far?
My name's Ann Mosley. I'm from Central Illinois. I was diagnosed in June of 2020. I had been sick for I had right upper quadrant pain and hyperemesis for about 10 years, ended up in the ER twice a year with this hyperemesis, but I never had very highly elevated enzymes or anything like that. But after lots and lots of different tests over years and years, a biopsy was done, and I do have AIH. Unfortunately, by the time it was diagnosed, we're still, it's a 3-4. There's not a lot of stuff out there to help. The stuff that comes from this organization was extraordinarily helpful to me at the beginning. However, I felt like I was just going to be able to take a couple of pills and I would be okay. That's not how it worked out. I had a severe reaction to the azathioprine. I ended up in the ICU once with that. I do not like prednisone. It was very hard on me. I had a lot of emotional issues with it. The fatigue, I'm not going to go into that because you can hear it. We all experience this horrific fatigue. And how can you, it's especially I had a little farm. So especially for somebody like me that was very active and pretty physically fit to suddenly I could not lift a plate. One time I was awake for 33 hours and I can remember calling my doctor, at what time is this dangerous? You can't focus. I had mood swings. I've gone through depression. I am divorced because of this disease. It was not something, as soon as it was said that I was cirrhotic, it was not something that my former husband felt like he wanted to participate in, and it had been horrible. It had been horrible. I mean, it was just a bad thing. I'd always been a stay-at-home mom, and I had just started a career in banking. And in fact, I had just achieved, I had become the president and CEO of a bank. And I did that for 6 months and had to quit because of this disease. And I have barely been able to function ever since diagnosis. And I had a lot of symptoms prior, but these drugs, it's a hard choice every day to put that into your mouth because you think the alternative is worse. But these drugs are pretty bad. They tear us up. And I'm not going to get into everything it's done to me, but there's got to be an alternative. Somebody has to be looking at this. It'd be just the fatigue and just the horrible, horrible side effects.
Thank you, Anne. We really appreciate you being here today. Tyra, welcome. We're so glad you could join us today. Would you mind just introducing yourself briefly and just giving a short synopsis of your experience with the disease so far?
Sure. Hello, everyone. Thanks for your patience with the late join this morning. My name's Tyra Martin. I am from Chicago, grew up in the suburbs, and I'm a city girl now. I was diagnosed November of 2020. Like a lot of you, I had been sick for a while and no one really could put their finger on what it was. Lots of digestive issues, vomiting, really poor pallor. And what became the biggest issue prior to diagnosis was severe joint pain and problems. It had gotten so bad that I could not drive. I couldn't comb my hair. My wrists just did not work. So we were seeing a doctor. That doctor was unable to diagnose or was unwilling to really look comprehensively at a lot of the things that were going on. So I switched doctors. I went in, told that doctor all the same things I had been telling my, adult doctor for a decade. The doctor that I had had for a decade, I'd been telling her the same things for about a year and a half. I told the new guy what was going on. He immediately said, I think this is autoimmune, and ordered a blood test. And that was on a Friday. He called me Sunday morning and said, I don't want to alarm you, but your test results are alarming. We need you to come back in on Monday. Did the test. The liver enzymes were worse than they were on Friday. So we rushed the biopsy and confirmed that it was autoimmune hepatitis. Like everyone else, I'm on azathioprine. I did prednisone for over a year, which was difficult, but it was, we kept trying to ease off of it and the numbers would jump up again. So as difficult as prednisone is, I think it was the best decision. Right now I do azathioprine and hydroxychloroquine, which seems to have the joint pain in check. I had initially some issues with dizziness and stomach problems with the hydroxychloroquine, and we figured out to split the dose across the day. So it's been great. The azathioprine is keeping all the numbers down, outside of the fatigue that everyone has, and some issues here or there. Life has gotten pretty much close to normal, but there are some difficulties. So.
Thank you, Tyra. We appreciate you being here, sharing a little bit about your experience so far. Now we are going to turn to a poll for all our attendees here today, our patient attendees, I should say, and caregivers. Dr. Lamert.
So the poll in the past month, which of the following symptoms have impacted the AH patients or your life most significantly, or actually just globally? Select all that apply. So this could be a multiple response question. We'll give it a few seconds here for everyone to respond. Looks like we're over 50%. We'll wait a few more seconds. And here we are approaching 75%. So we're going to end the poll. And this is a question I get often as a clinician. And I'll share the results. I think many patients often want to see where patients sit in terms of the things that they experience, but I think it's pretty clear. Fatigue comes out at number one, with 82% of our respondents commenting on this, that they have felt this past month. And then I think a lot of people are often surprised about the impact of sleeping, as well as the mental health component, which I think you've heard throughout some of the stories that have been shared thus far. Other things that often don't be brought up include digestive symptoms, which is interesting. Outside of that, then joint pain, which I also hear often about. I think probably the most important piece here is having 4 out of the respondents, 3% saying none of the above. So thank you all for responding.
I think we were going to do one more poll question now before we jump into our other panel discussions.
So now, given all those symptoms that you experience from autoimmune hepatitis, which one has the most significant impact on your or the patient's daily life? And this will be a single choice answer. We have about 60% that have participated. We'll do just a few more seconds. And now that we're 70%, I'm going to end the poll and share some results. Again, I don't think this comes as any surprise, but fatigue seems to be paramount at over 50% or 56% or so. But there are some patients that do struggle with some of these other aspects more profoundly, including the sleeping, anxiety, depression, and joint pain. So thank you all for participating.
Thanks, Dr. Lammer. Now we'd like to hear from our panel on the same question. Which symptom of autoimmune hepatitis do you feel has the most significant impact on your quality of life, and why?
Fatigue.
Yeah,
But-
you shared a little bit about that in your opening remarks. Do you want to go into more detail about that, Shamika?
Yes. I never realized how much lack of sleep or just being very fatigued all the time has such a huge effect on your entire life, not just in one area. I mean, for me, it's affected my mental health tremendously. I'm very short patient. I go into very deep depression spaces. My anxiety is on like 20. It affects social interactions. Like I miss going out running, picking up a book and being able to finish a 800, 900 page book in a day or two. Traveling, it just affects all aspects of your life. I'm not even able to work because of all of my medical side effect issues. It takes over your life, and I look in the mirror and I no longer know who I am. So that's how much it's affected my life.
That's really powerful, Shamika. Laren, you talked about fatigue quite a bit in your prepared remarks. Do you want to add anything? Is fatigue the most significant symptom for you as well?
Yes, I could talk about fatigue forever, as I'm sure a lot of us can, but I was like many other persons who were diagnosed with this, a fairly active person. I worked full time, I was in school, I was, doing all my loved extracurricular activities, like reading, walking, all those things. And when this fatigue hits you, it's just like you're wearing a weighted blanket all day for me. It's just constantly weighing you down. As much as your mind wants to go, go, go and do, your body will not allow that. And I think that's part of the mental, the mental fatigue it has on you. It plays tricks with your mind sometimes because you used to be able to do these things, and now adapting to this way of life and learning to listen to your body first and get all the rest you can, because it's never enough seemingly, is difficult to do. And to convince yourself that, this is what I need right now, and that's okay. If I do one thing today, that's okay. And it's about learning, to accept that and be thankful that you could do something today.
Thank you, Laren. Max, I'm curious what you would say your most significant symptom is. And I'm also curious if it was different before your transplant versus after. Would love to hear from you on that.
Yeah, very much so. So it was strange in my situation, I think, since growing up with autoimmune hepatitis, like from the time I was 9 years old and then having a transplant, like my whole life felt like, even though I had fatigue my whole life, it sort of felt normal to me because that's what I grew up with. So I just kind of got used to the not having enough energy to do something, staying in the house kinds of days. It was partly from the autoimmune and also because my liver was damaged again from the time I was 10 years old. So all that played into account. After my transplant, I had a good stretch in my situation. I say a good stretch, like 6 months where I felt fantastic. I think just being on all the medications and having a new liver at that point, like your life changes dramatically in an instant. It was crazy because I never knew what it felt like to be normal, I guess. So I felt normal for a good 6 months, 7 months. Unfortunately, after my transplant, I ran into some issues with rejection due to the autoimmune hepatitis because I had a couple flares twice in 2 years where I had to be treated in the hospital. And that kind of brings you back again. So then it sort of reminds you of oh yeah, this is why this disease is awful because now I am again with not being able to do anything, trying to make plans and not being able to make those plans. Because in your head, you think after transplant, hopefully things are going to get back to a normal life that you see everyone else enjoying. And while that has been the case for me somewhat, I still have the fears that everything's just going to come back again, because it already has a few times in the last 5 years. So, but yeah, fatigue is definitely the biggest one for me.
Thank you, Max. I hope you can get back to feeling as well as you did in those first few months after transplant. Tyra, I'm curious what you would say is the symptom that impacts your life the most.
Well, I'd say the twins, fatigue and joint pain. With the fatigue element, it's important to say I work for a news station. So for the last 24 years, I have been running on no sleep. So the fatigue, I'm kind of used to just doing things tired. Obviously, the fatigue that comes with AIH is, a mountain next to a pebble. I thought I was fatigued before. I tell friends, I'm like, yeah, it's completely, being tired is completely different than just literally no gas in the tank. I used to be a samba dancer. Between my ankles and toes and wrists and having to sit at the top of a staircase when I go up the stairs, that's a dream deferred now, but it was great while I could do it. I've adjusted to kind of what my new normal is. So I work at a company that's been super, just unbelievably cooperative with my needs. And so that's worked out. But it's the joint pain and the exhaustion are definitely the most troubling obstacles.
I just interject, Aaron,
Go
briefly.
ahead,
There's been a
please.
few comments in the chat box about this understanding of a new normal. And I think, Aaron, you and Tyra have both mentioned this among a few of us others. Can I get your perspective? And for those at home, again, what, in terms of coping strategies or other learned behaviors, help you to establish this new normal? Or is it unreasonable to accept a new normal? How do you weigh those components?
I think for me personally, with my depression that came on with being stuck in bed and needing more rest, which was so opposite of what I was used to before, having that good support system around you, and also having a good relationship with your doctors, starting those conversations, about your mental health and this new normal and things like that, I think is really important. From those supports and the doctors I've seen and therapy and things like that, I've worked to kind of retrain my mind as well as my body to accept the new normal and make it into more of a positive thing than a negative thing, not just like, oh my gosh, I only did laundry today. That's it. That's all I did today. I say, okay, I did laundry today. That was a win. And kind of not beating yourself up about it because you can't control it.
Yeah, I agree. There's something to be said for the power of positive thing, not to get all Oprah and Crystal-y on everybody, but there's something to be said for that. And wanting something to be different than it is does not make it so. Life has to go on, and I've chosen to make the best of the best days.
I think that when we use the word fatigue, that sometimes it's too all-encompassing, because then I'm forgetful, and is that because I'm fatigued? Or I had insomnia, is that why I'm fatigued? And it's a different type. Fatigue, just we use the word, but I think we all wish we had a better one, because I don't think it's the same as when you're working really hard and putting in 12 14-hour days, and you come home and boy, you're exhausted, but you're not, the next day you feel fine. It's like wearing a suit of armor all day.
That's a great way to describe it, Anne. I'm also curious, we talked about the most severe symptom that impacts your quality of life, and several of you mentioned activities that you once enjoyed that you can no longer do. We heard samba dancing. Several of you have been able to work. What are there other activities that you haven't been able to enjoy since you were diagnosed with this disease?
I can just jump in real quick. So lately things have been going pretty good, but I'd like to just give a perspective of like how I was at the height, which is just a few years ago. Pretty much all my life, I never made plans that were more than typically a month out. Like it was just impossible because things cost money, and there was a high likelihood that I wouldn't be able to go, or on that day I wasn't feeling well enough to go. So I wouldn't put money into things that I just couldn't guarantee that I would go to. So it was kind of awful because you'd have friends and family that are wanting to plan vacations for, the following year, like a lot of people do, because they're going somewhere far or something like that. I never did those things. Just because of costs and because of, like I said, just not knowing how I was going to feel. So I wouldn't say one particular activity, but it was just a livelihood of trying to navigate through like how you're feeling day after day, because there was just no guarantee that when you wake up that day that you're going to be able to get out of bed. So yeah, making plans is just in general is probably the worst part, I would say, for me.
Thanks, Matt.
I can definitely agree with the making plans kind of segment there. With social engagements and things of that nature, like I said, I can't plan 2 events in one day, even if those events are small, kind of like, going out to lunch with some friends and then, maybe going over a family member's house later, or attending, a birthday party or something. If things are too close together, even though if I might just be a participant, not really setting up or doing a lot of extended, physical activity or anything like that, it's just exhausting and draining on the body, and you never know how that will affect you.
I would like to add with me, as far as hobbies, I would just say the hobby of life. I used to be a person who truly enjoyed life to the fullest. And now it's just difficult for me to enjoy anything. So that's something I just struggle with on a daily basis, personally. So
That's really profound, Shamika. Thank you. I think we'll go ahead and move on to the next question. Patients are considered to be in remission and treatment is deemed successful when ALT and AST are normal. But I'm curious if you still experience symptoms when your liver enzymes are normal. See people shaking their heads. Yes.
absolutely.
Is there a difference for you? Are they better when you're anecdotally? Do you feel they're better when liver enzymes are normal or no?
Well, for me, my enzymes are normal at the moment, but I'm still struggling with fatigue, anxiety, depression, everything. The only thing that's different for me compared to when my enzymes were out of whack, I would develop like these huge, there are like knots all over my body, not even a rash. They were like huge knots. And that's what that was coming from. Because even with normal enzymes, I'm still itching. I still experience anything else as if, my enzymes are out of whack.
I can definitely agree and also go on that notion. I've flared a couple times since my diagnosis, and I would go to get my blood work done and wouldn't even know that I was in a flare because I feel like the symptoms are constant. I mean, it's unpredictable when they happen or occur each day, but it's not like at least for me, there's not a drastic change with my symptom side effects when I'm flaring or in remission, technically.
If the definition of a flare being that your enzymes are elevated, even when I was diagnosed, I did not have very highly elevated enzymes. They were in the 80s and 90s. And I see people are in the thousands, and that was not my experience I had other things, like I had some Dupuytren's contracture, the fatigue, but the enzymes at 400 didn't make me feel any different than they do now that they're down in the range. I don't feel better. I don't think my enzyme levels make me feel better or worse. However, I haven't experienced, I guess, what real high ones might feel like, other than when I was first diagnosed. But yeah, I don't feel better with my enzymes in range, and I can't tell the difference. And that's scary. Do we have to wait till we turn yellow to know it's an emergency?
It's a great point, Anne. Thank you. We're seeing some comments come through in the chat, but these are really tough stories. All your stories you're sharing today are really tough to hear, and we understand that. And we just want to point out that not all patients experience severe symptoms from this disease. I also want to point out that we're having a patient follow-up session that I shared a little bit about earlier in the meeting. I know people are kind of jumping in and out of the meeting today, but still everyone here today our patients and caregivers will receive an invitation to that event. And we're going to take the time at that event to talk a little bit more about what we heard here today and try to put it all in perspective. We also have some mental health resources and some webinars. And during our break today, I'll pull some links to those and put them up in the chat, because we do know this can be tough, especially for newly diagnosed patients who aren't quite sure what to expect. But we do at the same time feel it's really, really important to share these stories and to raise awareness about how this disease impacts patients' lives. I want to talk a little bit about frequent medical appointments and blood draws. And Max, I'm sure you have experienced endless doctor's appointments. How do all these things impact your life? And I know for those of you who are working at the time of diagnosis, having to make these doctor's appointments and take off work can be challenging too. Max, do you want to get us started on that one?
Yeah, for sure. So again, having the disease since I was a little kid, I mean, it wasn't even on me, it was on my parents to make sure I was getting to my appointments on time. And because of the limited resources in the 90s of just doctors, the only place to go was a university hospital, which was far from my house. So I took off school every Monday to get weekly lab work to check on my enzymes. And that went on for probably close to over a year, I would say, where I would miss every Monday of school for about a year. So yeah, that was awful. And then it just, as you got older, trying to be in your teens, in your early 20s, and trying to, have a social life and navigate, but then also planning doctor's appointments that are happening every typically 2 to 3 months, lab work that's happening typically once a month, and then going to, and planning around those. And then after transplant for over a year, once again going back to weekly labs, which still required me to go back to my transplant hospital I couldn't just do them anywhere. So I had to drive about an hour from my house where I currently live to get lab work every week, which I couldn't drive myself to because I wasn't allowed to drive after my transplant for several months. So my wife had to drive me. She had to take off work every Monday. I think it was Monday or Tuesday, but yeah, to take me to get lab work. And yeah, just having to navigate through that. And especially for me, at the height of my liver disease, at the height of my AIH, I think the bruising I would get from it. I don't know if anyone else experiences from having the high INR. So as soon as you poke my arm, within about 30 minutes to 45 minutes, you'd see these huge, gigantic bruises that would just pop up. So then this is happening every week. So they would just get bigger and bigger because, they can only go back and forth on each arm so many times. So then, you kind of suffer with having to walk around with these gigantic bruises on your forearms and on your wrists or on, all over pretty much. So it was pretty awful.
Thank you, Max. Tyra, I know you have a really busy job. How has been navigating all these medical appointments and blood draws while balancing work and personal obligations? How has that gone for you?
Well, yeah, you hate, because it was such a terrible time for so many, I hate to call it a blessing, but being diagnosed during the pandemic, everything had come to a halt anyway. Most of us were working from home. And again, my job has been super understanding. Our news director has a wife with autoimmune condition. So at one point at the beginning, I was every week at Northwestern for a blood draw while they were trying to get my meds straight and, this battle with the prednisone. So I would go every Thursday morning to Northwestern. That went on for months. Then they stretched me out to every 2 weeks, then every 3 weeks, and then something stupid would happen and I would go back to every 2 weeks. So, but most of that period was during a time when there was not really much else to do. My job traditionally had me traveling, a couple of times a month to the coasts or sometimes out of the country. Again, I didn't have the jarring impact of that coming to such a stop because things had slowed down so much. So before the diagnosis, I was just generally unwell and powering through because the doctor I had was telling me, oh, I'm at the time I was late 40s. So it was everything from perimenopause to age to, oh, maybe you hurt yourself doing something. Oh, your work schedule. So it was everything but what it was. And I was able to kind of talk myself into, oh, well, whatever this is whatever. And, you got to do what you got to do and you'll be fine. So for better or worse, I just did what I had to get done until, right when we finally decided we needed to switch doctors because things had become so acute that it was impossible to kind of power through or ignore those symptoms. But the blood draws and constant appointments. Luckily, like I said, I'm in Chicago and my whole team of hepatologists, hematologists, the dermatologist now that I have to see because of the hydroxychloroquine, the azathioprine, the ophthalmologist I have to see because of the hydroxychloroquine. Everybody is at Northwestern. So I don't have a lot of the problems that people have in smaller cities with finding a hepatologist. I've heard a lot about how difficult that can be. So I've really, all things considered, it's conspired to make this a lot less difficult than I think a lot of people have.
Thank you, Tyra. And do you want to jump in and add anything? I know you ended up having to leave your job for a time.
Yeah, I did not expect to have to leave like I did, but I did catch another disease. I caught valley fever, partly because of the immunosuppressants, et cetera, and that's a fungal infection of my lungs. And that went undiagnosed, and I just became weaker and weaker. I do have mild hepatic encephalopathy, I think. We're treating it. It does seem to help. It helps with my focus some. But at the level where I was at, I did not feel confident making any sort of decisions like that. I could not, in all good conscience, do that. And they've been really good to me. I want to make sure, I mean, I'm still on their board. They still hire me for an occasional project, and I can sit on my couch, and I'm doing much better as far as focus goes because I'm taking some lactulose, and I feel like that has helped a lot, but I can't even begin to understand how it affected me. And I really have, going from like, I hear people, I've had a positive view on this, and I really thought I could just get right through it. And losing my hair, my daughter's wedding, I'm just going to say it is a wig, because I don't think we embrace the fact that, and you're spending money and you can't take supplements, but hey, maybe if you took the supplement, your hair would grow, and you're buying $50 shampoo and then it's not going to work. It might slow it down. It might give you some fuzz. You're never going to have that hair again. And so to say you lose your identity, I don't know how you can't lose your identity. When we talk about a new normal, that is one of the saddest terms, I think. We should not. Why can't this be more normal? Why do we have to explain that our hepatitis is not contagious? Why do we have to tell medical professionals how to treat us? Why do we have to be scared when we go anywhere? Because what if we end up in an ER and they don't know how to treat us and they give us something that might be very harmful for us? It's just, it's kind, and I don't want to do this to the new patients, because I was there and I listened to these stories. I was like, oh my gosh, I will tell you this. I'm making it through, but I wish somebody had said, it can be really rough until you get to that point where everything balances out. I hope I'm getting there. I like to hear the stories, even with the transplants, because that's obviously horrifying. I mean, it's just not what we want. But I listen to that and it does give me hope. And hopefully the drug companies, everyone is listening so that they can understand what really, and it's not just autoimmune hepatitis. These are autoimmune diseases as a whole. And if we can start to focus on some of that fatigue, like I said, it's a too all-encompassing, but it's really affected my life.
Thank you, Anne. That's a good transition into our next question. What do you wish your friends, family members, medical providers better understood about autoimmune hepatitis, which is often considered an invisible disease because it's not really visible to others? Anne, you shared a little bit, but others, would you like to jump in?
Absolutely. If I could jump in, I would say that you have to keep advocating for yourself, because like we've all said, this is a rare disease. There's still, research that needs to be done on it. That's why we're having things like this meeting, to kind of let people know this is the real life experiences of people, dealing with these symptoms and side effects day in and day out. And, I think you have to keep going and fighting for good providers. If, you're thinking one is not understanding you and what you're saying, then maybe you need to look into other resources, because it won't change unless you try to make that change for it and help educate family members, friends, strangers. When you say hepatitis, that doesn't mean I'm contagious. It means an inflammation of the liver. I mean, some people just don't know. So you just have to keep going and pushing for that advocacy for yourself and for others.
Thank you. Shamika, do you want to add to that?
Yes, I think sometimes with some specialists, they just get caught up in the AI age and the numbers. They forget about our mental health. I know I keep talking about that, but I just think mental health is a huge piece that's affected with this disease, and not just with, the professional doctors, family, friends. So I will always say, if you have a great support system, if you don't, find someone you can speak with, because therapy, it helps. I struggle still, but it definitely keeps me moving in the right direction. So,
Max, yeah, I was going to ask you. You mentioned mental health in your prepared remarks quite a bit. Do you want to?
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to add onto Shamika, because I 100% agree. So the first discussion I ever had about seeing a therapist or seeking mental health wasn't until a year before my transplant. So I was already on the transplant list, and I had to see a psychologist to get on the transplant list. So that was the first time I ever even talked to one. And then where it was discussed about how it can have impacts on your mental health. So I lived with the disease for 20-ish years, and not any point in that time, all the different doctors I had seen, because going through pediatric gastroenterologists to local ones and adult, no one brought up anything about like how are you like mentally. Like no one ever asked that question. They do that now in the hospitals. When you go see your doctor, it's typically just one of the standard questions they ask you, in the last 2 weeks, how's your depression been? But that was wasn't the norm. And it needs to become the norm, I think, where that open discussion happens. Because as I was saying, like in my prepared remarks, like I think if you get ahead of those mental battles that we have, I think it alleviates a lot of the symptoms. I fully believe, and everyone's different, but a lot of my symptoms were in my head. They manifested into actual symptoms, but they were ones because of my fear and my anxiety. So all a lot of my gastrointestinal issues came kind of from that fear and that anxiety. And then once I started seeking mental help before my transplant, things got a little bit better. At least being able to talk about it with someone, being able to sort of vent your frustrations to like a third party. That was the biggest one for me because I never wanted to be a burden on anyone. So I kind of bottled everything up inside. But then as soon as I saw my therapist, I kind of got to open up and let everything out that I had in my head. And just doing that is sort of refreshing. You kind of walk out of there, you feel like a big load was taken off your shoulders. So yeah, I think when you're dealing with the chronic disease that lasts for a lifetime, that needs to be one of the first things that we talk about is your mental health, besides just treating the symptoms of the disease itself.
Can I jump in just a second from a clinician perspective? The past year, I recently had patients ask me, why do I always start my visit by asking how they're doing? And again, am I being flippant or do I really care? And I'll be honest, I've told patients this, I can often kind of see the symptom burden just by the first breath you take in my clinic visit. What's more concerning is patients that come that are not prepared to discuss that comment as well. And maybe I should be a little bit more pointed about it. But again, I would utilize those opportunities if your doctors are bringing them up, but if they're not, bring it up for them.
So important, Dr. Lambert. Thank you. Our next question that I want to move on to, I'm curious what worries you the most about this disease?
I can go real quick. I'll just say, for me, it's knowing that it's forever. There's not anything that's going to change me having it. Again, I kind of talked about it in the prepared remarks, but having a transplant doesn't change the fact that I still have autoimmune hepatitis. And so being now 38 years old, it took 20 years or so with the disease before it reached the point where I needed a transplant. So there's a good likelihood, for me, I think I'm going to go through all those things again. So it's sort of living in fear. You try not to, you try and wake up every day, you look on the bright side. I have a job now. It's great. I've been there for several months. So I try to, plan things more. But in the back of my mind always is this small fear that pops up that everything's going to start over again. I mean, again, I've already had 2 flares that required me to go into the hospital for moderate rejection of my liver. So those are scary, not knowing, if the liver is viable at any point in time. So that's the biggest thing for me is knowing that like the medications I'm taking now for a transplant and for autoimmune are going to be ones that I'm taking for the rest of my life. And all these other doctor's appointments are, again, continued for the rest of my life. I have to make sure that either me or my wife has insurance all the time. It's, none of us can not be out of work or anything like that. So it's scary, like just kind of not knowing your future.
Great points, Max. Anyone else like to answer that question about what worries you the most? Shamika, go ahead.
The thing that worries me the most is, will my medication stop working one day? Will I have to go on a liver transplant list? Has my life expectancy decreased? Will I be able to stop taking this medicine one day? And, maybe, will there be a new medication out? Maybe something that I can do from home, like a biologic that I can take once every 2 weeks or once a month. Will I have to stop taking like 15 plus pills a day? Can it just be one? Those are things that really worry me. So
thank you, Shamika, for being so transparent there.
I worry a little bit because my marital status changed and my insurance will change. And how can people afford this? I'm in a unique situation. I'm almost 60. I never worked a full-time job until very recently. So there's a lot of benefits out there that I can't get. So I worry about, am I going to be able to afford the medicine? And then if I can't afford the medicine, what happens? And I worry about that. I was worried a lot until very recently about giving this disease or passing on the disease to my children. And after seeing a lot of this research, so thank you. And I appreciate the remarks that the Dr. Bitterman made, that I'm not, after hearing all of this, I feel much more comfortable that I'm not passing it on to my children. But that was probably my number one first fear, was about, oh my gosh, it's genetic. Did I give it to them?
Thank you, Anne. One wants to jump in, we can move on to our final question. I'm curious, what is one thing you wish you could change about autoimmune hepatitis? It's a big question, I know.
One word: education.
Talk a little bit more about that, Anne. What?
Just education. I want to be, I even wrote this out on a support group. What do you tell people? Do you tell them you have a disease? Do you tell them you're sick? I now tell everyone I have an autoimmune disease that is attacking my liver. I don't even try to put that word hepatitis out there, and then I feel like I'm doing it a disservice. So I usually will go on to explain it, but I am tired of not being treated right because of that word. And then I also have valley fever, which is an infectious disease. Now you walk around telling people you have an infectious disease and hepatitis. That does, like, education, 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 educate the doctors, educate the nurses, educate us, so that we understand as much as we can. We know there's variables. Of course there are. Let's just look at the panel. We all have a variety. Common, we all have fatigue. However, the education behind this is, I think, crucial to making sure people recognize that the itching, the constant itching, is a symptom. It's not just dry skin. Like, we need to educate everyone.
I think,
go ahead.
I was going to say, that's a very good point with the education. A thing that I personally wish I could change is the side effects, the treatments for this disease, because there are so many limitations on the medications that we can take. I feel like, it's usually a steroid, depending on levels, and then the immunosuppressive therapy and how they impact the quality of life. I think that's one of the biggest obstacles for me right now, is just that quality of life, and getting that on a better track, or maybe having some medications or treatments or any methods like that that could improve that quality of life for patients with AIH. Is something I wish could be changed, especially in the beginning, because similar to another patient who was on this panel, I was on prednisone for over a year, and it is a harsh drug that affects you in many ways. And I think that plays into a lot of the things that a lot of patients have felt, like the mental health issues and, physical symptoms and everything like that. So that would be my wish and hope for this.
Very well said there.
Yeah, I agree with everything everyone said. The prednisone life adjustment was major. If nothing else was going on, it's a life shaker. With the awareness and education, I've got friends that are willing to understand and talk about it, and I've got friends that aren't, and they just, it's not, they don't mean anything bad, but they don't get it. And they've chosen actively not to get it. And that's okay. You can't make anybody understand anything that they don't want to understand. But yeah, it's not fun. it's not fun at all. But for me, the way I've dealt with it is that it is. And as long as I'm here, I've got to get on with the business of being alive. So
Thank you, Tyra. Anyone else like to add anything?
I can just say what everyone said so far has been like spot on. Education, changing in treatments. Everyone talking about prednisone. It's like the most blessed and cursed medication I think that's ever been developed, because it works wonderfully if you only need it for a short-term period of time. I've taken it. I had to take it recently for after my back or before my back surgeries. And when you take it at a high dose for a week, you feel fantastic. It's like, you feel like Superman, Superwoman. I've been on prednisone mostly for the last 30 years. So I was on it from the time I was diagnosed, and I could never get off of it fully. So I always been taking, for the times when I wasn't flaring, I take a maintenance dose, typically of 5 milligrams. So I'm just always on it. And yeah, it's awful. The mental health side effects, obviously the swelling and the puffiness and the nonstop hunger. I mean, those symptoms are devastating. I think I put on closer to 70 or 80 pounds roughly, while being on prednisone at one point, because it's just one of those things where you just, mentally you feel like you just need to keep eating. I don't know how to explain it with prednisone, but yeah, it's awful. And then the puffiness. Growing up with that when I was younger was awful. I wish people would understand that these medications cause these problems. Again, I was a youth when I was on them. So when I was 10, 11 years old, I was a small child for the most part, but I had these big puffy cheeks. And, you get made fun of, and, oh, why does your face look like that? Or, oh, why is your skin yellow? Because my enzymes would always go up and down. So yeah, education and understanding from a young age, I think, for people to understand that people grow up and have different diseases. And these are what the symptoms are, and to be respectful of it. And but yeah, just I think the education is a big one, like everyone's been saying.
Thank you. Well, we are approaching the noon Eastern time hour, and as promised on our agenda, we are going to take a 30-minute break. So we will wrap up this Q&A. Dr. Lambert, did you have anything else you wanted to add before we wrap up?
No, just thank you for the panelists. I've been monitoring the chat, and I think you have as well. A lot of the things you have said have resonated incredibly with those that are attending today. So thank you again. And I think Aaron said it, but for your transparency and willingness to share your struggles. It's been a very strong message. So thank you.
Thank you all for your time today. We will go ahead and move to a break. Attendees, please stay connected to the call. Dr. Lambert and I will go ahead and turn off our video and mute ourselves, and then we will start up right again at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. But again, thank you to all the panelists. It was great to have you all here today, and I really appreciate your time and your willingness to share your experiences with this disease. So thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone. It is 12:30 Eastern time. We are starting the second session of the AIH Patient-Focused Drug Development Meeting. If you're just joining us, we had a very profound discussion about the impact of AIH on quality of life from speakers and panelists in the audience this morning. We are going to shift gears a little bit this afternoon and further explore the treatment of AIH and challenges patients experience in this realm. To ensure that we are all on the same page about treatment, I'm very happy to introduce Michelle Tana, who will be providing us with a 15-minute overview of the current treatments for autoimmune hepatitis. Dr. Tana is an associate professor of medicine at the University of California, San Francisco since 2013, where she serves as a Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital and has a dedicated research interest in health equity within the realm of AIH. So Dr. Tana, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Craig. It's great to see you. And I really appreciate the invitation to speak with this group of individuals interested in drug development for autoimmune hepatitis. So without further ado, let me see if I can share my screen. And then start my slides. Here we go. Okay. So if everyone can see these slides, I'm going to be going over current treatments for autoimmune hepatitis.
Hey, Michelle, could I ask, you're in presenter mode? Is there any way you could move it over into just presenter? There you go.
Is that better?
Excellent. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, thank you. And feel free to give me like a 5-minute warning when I'm at the 10-minute mark. Okay, so current treatments for autoimmune hepatitis. This is the outline of the talk today. We can think about treatment for autoimmune hepatitis in a few different ways. So one is you can break it down into induction therapy and maintenance therapy. You could also think about first-line therapy versus second or third-line therapy, how we move through our treatment options if the first ones don't work, and then investigational drugs. So for first-line therapy for autoimmune hepatitis, this is how we approach a patient immediately after diagnosis. We think about treatment in 2 phases. One is induction. So that is getting control of the inflammation and is usually done with the corticosteroid type of medications. And then we can think about maintenance therapy. So that's perhaps started a little bit later and is intended to maintain control of the inflammation for the long term. In terms of corticosteroids, we have 2 main options, budesonide and prednisone or prednisolone. Prednisone has traditionally been used for induction therapy in autoimmune hepatitis, really since the first description of autoimmune hepatitis. But in 2010, there was a trial showing that budesonide is as effective as prednisone for the induction of remission in autoimmune hepatitis. And so there's not a huge evidence base for budesonide. I do like to use budesonide whenever possible. There can be some difficulty in getting insurance to cover it. And there are some caveats with its use. So budesonide is not recommended in patients with cirrhosis, as seen here. And there's also insufficient evidence to recommend its use in the setting of acute severe autoimmune hepatitis presentations. This is a schematic of the mechanisms of action for prednisone. And then in terms of maintenance therapy, azathioprine is considered first-line therapy. So typically, physicians want to check the patient's thiopurine methyltransferase activity level because a very small percentage of the population does not have the enzyme to properly metabolize azathioprine and can have life-threatening side effects with this medication. But the typical dosing of azathioprine is 50 milligrams a day, and it can go up to 2 milligrams per kilogram of the patient's body weight per day. Now, another nice thing about azathioprine is that you can monitor metabolite levels, and that is perhaps underutilized amongst providers because it is kind of a send out test, not always easy to obtain. And so that is useful when providers are adjusting the dose of azathioprine. This is a simplified treatment algorithm for autoimmune hepatitis. And it was published in a European journal by some authors in the European Reference Network. So after a diagnosis of AIH, one should consider if this is perhaps a variant with an element of primary biliary cholangitis or primary sclerosing cholangitis, some of the other common autoimmune liver diseases. Also, if, as we mentioned before, the patient has an acute severe presentation or meets criteria for acute liver failure, then these folks are sort of in a different category, and you want to consult with or refer to a specialist center. But The typical treatment of AIH is prednisone or prednisolone up to 1 milligram per kilogram per day, or budesonide if they don't have cirrhosis. And then you can add the azathioprine. Now, the majority of patients will respond well to this first-line therapy, but 10 to 20% of patients will experience intolerance of the medications, and 15% of patients will have an insufficient response. So for those who are in remission, ideally we individualize the dose and the steroid is withdrawn. If there's intolerance of azathioprine, you can go to 6-MP or mycophenolate, which is second-line therapy typically. And for those patients with an insufficient response, we have to consider compliance and then think about adjusting that azathioprine dose. These patients also may need some low-dose corticosteroid as part of their maintenance regimen. And if there's still an insufficient response, again, you want to perhaps refer to another center. Okay, this is a busy slide, so I won't go through it all, but this is guidance from the American Association for the Study of Liver Diseases on first-line treatment for AIH. So essentially, again, you see here, the folks with cirrhosis or an acute severe presentation are kind of in a class of their own. For the typical patient, they will receive steroids and azathioprine, close laboratory monitoring during this induction phase. Response can be assessed as early as 4 to 8 weeks, and there's good data to say that response at 8 weeks actually foretells response down the line. And if there is a response with a decrease in the transaminases, AST, ALT, and the total serum immunoglobulin G, IgG level, then the prednisone or the budesonide can be tapered over the next 6 months, and the azathioprine is maintained to keep control of the inflammation. And laboratory testing can be spread out, but if there's not a response of the laboratory results, then you want to reevaluate the diagnosis and think about second-line drugs. In the maintenance phase, once biochemical remission is achieved, so that's normalization of the AST, ALT, and IgG, then laboratory testing can be spread out even further, and you may attempt to withdraw the steroid completely while continuing the maintenance azathioprine. And then after a prolonged biochemical remission, so we're talking a couple of years, you can spread out laboratory testing to every 4 to 6 months and think about withdrawing all AIH therapy if appropriate, ideally with a liver biopsy, but that's not mandatory. And so we'll go into that a little bit more on another slide. First, though, I would say that current treatment for autoimmune hepatitis is sort of deceptively simple. On the surface, we don't have many options. We're still using good old corticosteroids. We've been using them for many decades. So we have your corticosteroid and we have maintenance with azathioprine. But I think you can tell from sort of this flow chart, there's actually a lot of nuance and complexity to even using the first-line agents. And, one of the challenges with our current therapies for autoimmune hepatitis is that there are many side effects with prolonged use of the first-line agents. You can see that in this table here. So with prednisone or prednisolone, you can get cosmetic, systemic, and quality of life side effects. Some management options are to taper to the lowest effective dose and then make sure patients are up with their healthcare maintenance, eye exams, bone density monitoring. And then, you want to make sure that you're screening for quality of life issues and counseling on lifestyle modifications to prevent metabolic syndrome. With budesonide, there's fewer side effects, but you can still get them. And there are issues, again, with portal hypertension or cirrhosis. So management options are, again, to taper to the lowest effective dose, attempt withdrawal, and then not to use budesonide in cirrhosis or acute severe cases. And then with azathioprine, you can get hematologic, gastrointestinal, neoplastic, and then rarely cholestatic drug-induced liver injury with azathioprine. So to manage or combat those side effects, you want to check the TPMT activity level prior to prescribing, monitor the CBC, reduce dosing or discontinue use if you see bone marrow suppression, GI intolerance. And then again, healthcare maintenance should include sun protection, skin exams, and then the use of azathioprine is somewhat controversial in patients with decompensated cirrhosis or acute severe AIH.
Dr. Tana, I just wanted to let you know that you're at the 10-minute mark now.
Thanks, Erin. Okay, so this slide just goes over withdrawal, which we had talked about earlier, that it could be considered after 2 years of completely normal transaminases and IgG level. A liver biopsy is very helpful in making this determination, but is not mandatory. And then if treatment is withdrawn, close monitoring is required. And then if the patient relapses, which is fairly likely based on the data that we have, the original treatment needs to be restarted until remission is again achieved. So this is a flowchart from the ERN group published in the Journal of Hepatology for when there's an insufficient response to first-line therapy. So here's the checking of the thiopurine metabolites. And based on those lab results, if the 6-TGN level is low, you want to consider whether the patient is taking the medication. Think about increasing the dose of the azathioprine. You could also add allopurinol. If the 6-TGN level is in the therapeutic range, meaning the patient is getting enough azathioprine, you want to exclude alternative diagnoses and maybe intensify therapy. If you're still getting an insufficient response, then it's time to think about third-line therapy. And then if the patient is experiencing side effects with first-line therapy, again, you can consider using 6-MP, which is a variant of azathioprine that is sometimes better tolerated, or you can go to the second-line therapy, which is mycophenolate mofetil. But again, if there's side effects or intolerance of the MMF, then we move on to third-line therapy. Okay, so this is a table showing some of the options for third-line therapy if we've determined that azathioprine and MMF are not working. So tacrolimus is probably the best studied alternative, but has some significant potential side effects. This is the dosing. And so it does require close monitoring of trough levels. Cyclosporin is another option. Infliximab has been used and is actively being studied. But on the flip side, there's also known cases of autoimmune hepatitis being induced by the use of infliximab. Rituximab is a very strong B-cell suppressor used in the most refractory cases. Methotrexate has also been reported as being used as third-line therapy. And again, there's scarce data on cyclophosphamide. So this is a graph showing the response of some patients in a case series of AIH patients treated with sirolimus. So again, some minimal data to support its use. And then investigational drugs include pre-implantation factor, ianalumab, which is a BAFF inhibitor, JKB122 is a toll-like receptor 4 antagonist. Low-dose IL-2 was being studied, and mesenchymal stromal cells. So those are some of the newer things being studied for AIH treatment. So just to summarize our key recommendations for AIH treatment, treatment is indicated in every patient, is generally lifelong. Steroid induction therapy with prednisone or budesonide is needed to induce remission. Azathioprine is the first drug of choice for maintenance, and treatment should be aimed at biochemical remission. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tana. That was a really helpful presentation, and we really appreciate you being here today. Now that we've heard this overview of current treatments available for autoimmune hepatitis, we're now going to hear from patients and learn about their experiences actually being on these treatments. First up, I'd like to introduce Catherine to share her perspective of autoimmune hepatitis treatments, as well as her journey with the disease so far.
Hello, my name is Catherine Miles, and I am an AIH patient that is 24 years old, and I was diagnosed back in May of 2019. So basically, my symptoms started March of 2019. I was in college at the time, so I was having a few drinks, and I started noticing towards the end of March that whenever I would have a sip or just a few sips of alcohol even, I would be in pain. I basically feel like I'm already hungover at that point. So by the end of March, I really stopped drinking, even before I was diagnosed, because it felt like my body was off. That being said, it was a very stressful semester in school. And so a lot of my symptoms I did deem as I'm dehydrated or I just need some sleep, because I was very tired at that point. And I also noticed one day when I was putting on mascara, I looked and my eyes were very yellow. And my roommate, who was majoring in health, she came up and looked at me and she's like, "Why are you jaundiced?" She's like, "Your eyes are yellow." So that was one of the other things. That was probably the biggest thing that I noticed that was really off at that point. And then after that, I noticed that I had blood in my stool, and also my urine was very orange. And like I said, I was very tired and lethargic for a while. So when I went home in April for Easter, my mom and I were kind of talking, and basically we knew that I probably needed to get to the doctor. I probably wasn't just dehydrated. And my family doctor at that point was on vacation. So that I really only had one more day at home before I had to get back to school. So we had gone to the emergency room the day after Easter, and they ended up admitting me because they were testing me for multiple different things at that point, and it all was coming back negative. So they had admitted me, figured out my liver enzymes were really high. I was between 1200 and 500 for my ALT and AST. They released me the next day, and I was undiagnosed. And pretty much about a month later, right before my 21st birthday in May, I was then diagnosed with autoimmune hepatitis. And basically going through liver biopsy is what helped the doctor come to that conclusion. So from there, I was put on a very high dose of prednisone and azathioprine. At that point, the prednisone made me basically the whole shock of being diagnosed and being on these new medications. My hair was falling out, my eyelashes were falling out, I was gaining weight. The effects at that point were a lot more psychological. I had very low self-esteem. Prednisone makes you very, irritable, and it's just not me to even be that way whatsoever. So it's a huge change at that point. And then eventually, my medication switched from prednisone and azathioprine, then adding on budesonide, taking away prednisone, increasing azathioprine, increasing budesonide, decreasing budesonide, moving on to mycophenolate, getting off prednisone again. So I've been on multiple different medications and they all made me feel different ways. I wish there was an alternative to prednisone. Prednisone does not make anyone feel good at a certain amount. Luckily for me, I've noticed that anything below 20 milligrams, it doesn't affect me mentally. So it helps my liver, but in order to not feel the bad side effects, I like to keep it under 20 milligrams if it's possible. There were different medications like azathioprine, like I said, made my hair fall out. Mycophenolate gave me a lot of anxiety, which I've never been a very anxious person. So that was very hard to deal with for the amount of time that I was on that high dose of mycophenolate. My disease, or my case of this disease, is very hard to maintain. I, started out with the high prednisone, high azathioprine, and luckily my levels kind of normaled out within about a month. And then eventually they spiked again, and it's basically just been back and forth. And I'll go through a few months of having normal levels, and then just randomly they'll spike. We'll change my medication, and then my levels will go down. So it seems like with my case, my body just becomes used to whatever medication I'm on and then needs something stronger or needs something different to kind of shock it back into having lower levels. So during that time, it was hard, I guess, because I was in college. You stop drinking, which really wasn't a problem for me, but there are times where I mourn my old life. The not drinking in certain scenarios kind of makes you stick out like a sore thumb. And there are certain days where I'm like, man, I wish I could just, go and have fun after a hard week of work or something. So I can't say that, I'm so happy that all of that happened. But then on more of a positive note, the changes in my life health-wise have been great, other than my liver, but I've, gained quite a bit of an interest in health and exercise. And I feel like that helped me curb a lot of the side effects throughout all of my medication changes. There are certain days where AIH does take over and my body is very tired and I'm mentally tired. And so I just listen to my body at that point and take the day that I need. But I've noticed as long as I can maintain, my diet and my exercise for the majority of the time, I can keep my side effects in check, which is basically if I do feel side effects or when I have felt side effects, the most consistent ones are being tired or having brain fog. So for me, being healthy is really important to just curb those. And as of right now, my medications that I'm taking are sirolimus, tacrolimus, and a small dose of prednisone, actually 10 milligrams to be exact. I'm not a fan of prednisone. I wish I wasn't on it, but it really helps my my levels. As of right now, my levels are low. They're not perfect and they're not in the normal range, but they're at a maintenance to where my doctor and I feel like it's still healthy for me at this point. Because it is really hard for me in my case to maintain normal levels for a longer period of time. But as of right now, my side effects are very low. This drug combination that I'm on right now has been helping me quite a bit. Like I said, I don't feel as tired as I used to. And I also still maintain a healthy lifestyle of exercising and eating right, but I feel like I don't have as many side effects with this combination. So my lifestyle as of right now, I feel like I'm in a very good spot and routine. And I feel like I have a lot better care now than when I was first diagnosed, and I have a better understanding of this disease in general, which kind of leads me into some things that I would want to change with AIH and the AIH community would be I guess the knowledge that we're given as patients when we're first diagnosed. I didn't understand how long it would take, I guess, to get my levels in check. So I wish there was almost like a pamphlet or something that was given to me at the beginning So I can understand the timeline I'm working with. I feel like the first 5 years of being diagnosed is so crucial, and you have to be so patient with yourself and your body because healing takes time. So I guess for me, I would just get so let down with every bad blood draw. I would get so sad or upset or mad at myself because, oh, I didn't eat that great. And so that's probably what's affecting me too. And I didn't understand that within these first 5 years, I need to be patient in order to figure out my body's perfect medication combination. And so also with that being said, there needs to be more medications that are available to us patients. There are certain patients where azathioprine works perfectly for them, and then they go into remission. And then there are some that don't go into remission where, you know, maybe budesonide and azathioprine work best for them. But then there are also cases like mine where I've gone through multiple different medications, and the list of, I guess, options that I have are dwindling. And as a patient, that is very scary when you get to that point. So that's something that I wish, you know, we need more trials, we need more medications, we need options. As a patient, it would be nice to have an option too of, okay, there's these 2 different medications. This medication has this side effects, this medication has this side effects. Which one would you prefer? And so I guess when it comes to trials and that, I know that there's never gonna be medications that have, you know, no side effects. But just having options as a patient is so important, especially when your options are dwindling. And so being able to understand a trial as well as a patient would be very helpful. I feel like at first, whenever there's trials being talked about, there's a bunch of information being, you know, spit at you, and you don't really know what to make of it. So basically being able to explain a trial to a patient and the side effects it has, and what a trial means in general is very important. And I think just being transparent with your patient is very beneficial. And another thing too that I would like to change within the AIH community would be the availability of knowledge throughout the US, or even, you know, throughout the globe. I think that I was very lucky to be able to be diagnosed within a month. There's a lot of people and a lot of patients that I've talked to that sometimes it takes years for them to be able to get diagnosed, and that makes me so sad for them. So the availability and the spreading of knowledge on this disease is just so, I think, critical. So that way patients can be diagnosed. There's more word about it because there are more patients being diagnosed. There's more doctors aware. That is only going to create more information, more studies, more talk around this. And that's all we could ask for as a patient. So yeah, that's basically been my journey with AIH, and I'd like to thank you all for listening in and giving me this opportunity to speak on my diagnosis story.
Thank you, Catherine. That was a really impactful statement. We're so glad to hear that you're doing so well, but at the same time, to hear that you're running out of options is heartbreaking, and exactly why we're holding this meeting today. So thank you again. We're now going to hear from another patient with AIH, Denise. Denise, unlike Catherine, was diagnosed with AIH later in life.
Hi, my name is Denise Dories. I am retired and I live in Virginia. I have a PhD in psychology and have worked in many different arenas, in the public schools, in private practice, in volunteering, and in teaching at the college level. Now, how did I become diagnosed with autoimmune hepatitis? I had no symptoms that I was aware of prior to having my blood test done by my general practitioner, and my ALT and AST were elevated. And that was in December of 2020. Now, as luck would have it, my general practitioner's mother had autoimmune hepatitis. So he became concerned and referred me to a gastroenterologist, who also became concerned and referred me to another gastroenterologist who was a liver specialist. And by that time, it was in July of 21 that they started to put me on medication. And my medications that I started with were prednisone and mycophenolate. Now, given that I thought I hadn't experienced any side effects from it before I got on drugs, the drugs definitely gave me a lot of side effects. I had a lot of brain fog, fatigue, trouble sleeping. I bruised easily, and my skin was so fragile it would bleed if I just touched something the wrong way. My children referred to me as losing my brain because of the brain fog. I was getting worried because I live by myself. And I've always been very independent, and my independence is very important to me, that I might not be able to keep track of my bills and take care of myself because of the side effects of the medication. My skin became susceptible to cancers, little cancers, and luckily I had a skin doctor, who knew what autoimmune hepatitis was, and she was very vigilant in watching and taking care of my skin. By December, March, I finally got off prednisone and onto budesonide, which helped. And then recently I have been titrated off all steroids, and I'm on a lesser dose of mycophenolate. I find that my skin is clearing up a bit. You don't see the marks on my face, or at least I hope you don't. And my skin has not had any cancerous things for a little while. But I want to talk a little bit about brain fog and why that was so distressing to me. I found that I could not read the books from my book club very well unless I took vigorous notes, because I couldn't remember the names of characters. I also found myself driving and then thinking, I can't remember where I'm going. And going shopping and buying duplicates of things that I didn't need, things that I'd never done before. Also, I play tennis, and I have to admit, I'm not a strength player. I'm a strategy player, and I have sneaky strategies. And although I could continue playing tennis, I couldn't be quite as sneaky as I was before, so I lost a lot of games. But interesting enough, I did find that on days that I exercised, my brain fog was less. The sleep, there was a big impact on my sleep, and that sleep also contributed to my brain fog. And when I was on the heaviest doses of the medicines, I resorted to a small amount of marijuana to help me sleep. Marijuana is legal in Virginia, and I had a friend whose husband was ever so kind and cooked me some marijuana peanut butter cookies, which I still have left over. I froze them, and when I am having difficulty sleeping because of the medicines or the disease, I take a little bit. I mean, I only get an eighth of the cookie, and I get to sleep. My most challenging part of the disease for me is realizing it's not just me learning and researching about autoimmune hepatitis, but the doctors also do not have all the answers. And the medications were not developed specifically for AIH. I feel like the physicians are trying to cobble together the best that they can the medications that are used for other autoimmune diseases, but it doesn't address autoimmune hepatitis. And I feel strongly that we need treatments that have research base and efficacy for autoimmune hepatitis. There needs to be more research, in my opinion, on effective treatments for autoimmune hepatitis, in addition to research on the correlates of what causes autoimmune hepatitis. So I thank you for listening, and I think that I'm feeling pretty good right now and hopeful that I can be maintained on the doses that I'm on. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. I've heard a number of patients talk about brain fog, and that term can be difficult to explain if you haven't experienced it firsthand, I think. And you did an excellent job of allowing attendees here today to understand the impact brain fog can truly have. We are now going to hear from Mandy and her daughter, Ellie. Like Max, whom we've heard from in the first part of the session today, Ellie was also diagnosed with AIH as a child. We'll now turn it over to Mandy and Ellie.
Hi, I'm Ellie Fates. I'm 15 years old. I'm a freshman in high school. I was diagnosed with autoimmune hepatitis when I was just before I turned 8. It doesn't impact me on a day-to-day basis, but it certainly has taken its toll over time. When I was first diagnosed, I had very bad abdominal pain, and I wasn't really sure why. After eating certain foods, I would just wind up on the floor, like crouched over in pain, and I didn't really know why. And eventually we discovered that tomatoes was the allergy that was causing that for me, which was kind of rare. So, you know, a lot of foods incorporate tomatoes like that are very common, like pizza and like any kind of salsa, anything that's in like a lot of marinades too. So I have to be very cautious of things that are marinated in tomatoes and that kind of thing to make sure that I don't wind up having a lot of pain. It's also kind of confusing to explain to people because I'm not technically allergic to tomatoes, but like it is an allergy that causes me to like get in a lot of pain. How old was I when I went to the hospital first? 8. So then later on, probably in like 4th grade, I was in the hospital. For the first time I was hospitalized, and we never really found out what the cause of that was. I just was in a lot of pain, and then that causes a lot of like throwing up, diarrhea, and then nausea, and I was very little, so it was hard for me to understand what was going on. But all I know that I was losing a lot of weight. Everyone was like, oh, you look so skinny. And I didn't want to eat anything my mom would cook for me. I would always be like, oh, I'll have some mac and cheese or whatever, and she'll make me some food, but I would not wind up eating any of it because it would hurt my stomach so bad. So that was the first time I went to the hospital, and pretty much just being on an IV bag. They gave me some potassium pills, just a bunch of things to get my electrolytes back up. But I don't really think we ever found out the cause of that. I might have eaten something bad. I might have had a cold that just escalated. I'm not really sure. And yeah, and then, you know, that happened again last month to me. I was in the hospital for about 2 weeks. I came home halfway through because I thought I was ready to be home, ready to just take my new nutrients, or what do you call it, like eating and drinking in my own hands, but turns out that was not the case. Yeah, same kind of thing. I just might have eaten something bad, might have had a cold, not really sure, but I was just very, very malnourished. And yeah, nobody really knows what the cause of it was. But in terms of my day-to-day life, it doesn't really affect me a lot, but I do go in for blood tests frequently, and I have, what are those surgeries called?
The biopsies.
I have biopsies. I would say probably once a year, probably in like January, February, March, one of those months. I would say I probably have it like once a year, but it hasn't been every year since I was 8. I probably had about 4 of them in my life. What do you say?
Yep, 4.
Yeah, I've had 4. So yeah, and that's just to make sure everything's going good, but not always, sometimes my doctor decides that I need to go on different medications. For a while, I was on steroid taper when I was younger. And then after I was in the hospital, now I'm on steroids right now. So, that's not great. It always makes you feel kind of tired, kind of bad, kind of extremely hungry, even when you're not. Yeah, so those are just kind of the couple of things that have happened because of my disease. But so yeah, I would think that new treatments would be beneficial. And anything else you want to say, Mom?
No, it's, you summed it up really well. It's your life and it's what you've been through. It's amazing for me to sit here and listen to what you view has affected you and how it's just biopsies and it's just medicine, when really nobody else your age goes through that. Nobody else your age that we know has ever had any kind of biopsy that I can think of, liver or otherwise. And it is a big deal. And as a parent, it's really scary. And you try to tell your kids like, oh, it's okay. And it's all fine. And, of course it is. We're blessed to live near a really good hospital, Rady Children's Hospital. We have a good GI doctor and we're lucky to have good insurance. But yeah, when she was first diagnosed, we had no autoimmune anything anywhere in our family. And so it really came out of left field. We didn't know anything about it. We weren't given a whole lot of information by our doctor, despite the fact he's a great doctor. He just kind of said, we're going to try azathioprine. Well, first of all, it took us 3 children's hospitals to get a firm diagnosis. We wound up from Rady's going off to Boston Children's, where we have some connections, because Rady's was unable to diagnose her. After 6 months of tests and biopsies, Boston Children's is the one who diagnosed her and called Rady's and had a discussion with them and their pathologist. And basically we were told, like, if the medicine works, this is what it is. And if the medicine doesn't work, it's probably PSC, but we don't really know. And that's really scary when you're talking to specialists and they're not sure. Thankfully, she's responded well to the Imuran, but I always wonder, every time we do blood tests, including yesterday, her liver numbers were terrible a month ago. Now, only one of them, only her GGT is off and it's going in the right direction. But you always think, what's the next step? What else would happen? And we do need, very, very badly need more options and safer options. One thing that, they've not been able to figure out for her is there are certain foods that bother her stomach. And they say it's not technically colitis, it's colitis-ish. It's not really a flare. We don't know why she can't eat. Visbiome probiotics have helped her a lot over the years. We're very lucky we can afford them. They're $95 a bottle. She could use about a bottle a month. I'd like for her to take more, but take them more often, even when she's feeling well. But, without the studies and without the research and without the regulation from the FDA, number one, insurance is never going to cover them for anybody. And there's lots of people in my support groups who wish either that probiotic or other probiotics had some insurance coverage for them. So that, I think, for me, I stopped working when she was diagnosed, and I do way too much research on these things, which is, science is not my area, but I try to understand it. And it looks to me like there's a whole new industry of biologic medicines, probiotics, microbiome therapies that are in the works. And I think that specifically the FDA hopefully can work with those industries. And I think it would be beneficial. There's, I think, 3 times as many people with autoimmune diseases now as there were for my generation, something around there. And it would be really helpful to expand all of that research. And certainly, everybody, lots of people know what lupus is or what type 1 diabetes is, but when you tell people your child has liver disease, they don't know what that means. And so it's hard, and I know it's hard, the pharma companies aren't necessarily going to fund the rare disease research on their own. So for me, I guess my message to the FDA is that we as a rare disease community, need their help in bringing awareness to the pharma companies to make sure that they're thinking about these diseases while they're researching, colitis and Crohn's and all the other IBD diseases that there are out there, to keep people like Ellie in mind and get our new, safer, better therapies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie and Mandy. We are so appreciative that you're both willing to come on, especially Ellie, for being so brave and willing to share your story firsthand. We really thought it was vital to include a pediatric patient and caregiver in today's session. So thank you. We're going to conclude this patient perspective section by hearing from Adrienne, a patient who has had AIH for over 2 decades. Living with the disease for so many years has given her a really insightful view of available treatments for autoimmune hepatitis.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adrienne. Thank you for this opportunity to tell my story. I have autoimmune hepatitis, which I've likely had for a very long time. I've been receiving treatment for it for the past 22 years. And I consider myself one of the lucky ones because I've responded to the treatment and I haven't yet needed a transplant. By the time of my diagnosis, I'd already developed cirrhosis, and getting to that diagnosis was a real adventure. I saw lots of doctors. Everything sort of started when I was about 29 and adopted a cat and got an infection from that cat and was treated with griseofulvin, and that started a cascade of events. May very well have been the environmental trigger for my autoimmune condition. Next came the low platelet count that my obstetrician noticed very late in my first pregnancy, and then followed increasing pain and joint and muscle pain, fatigue, brain fog. I had doctors who thought I was a hypochondriac or was depressed, and they gave me placebos and antidepressants. I had a couple of doctors who looked like my symptoms were autoimmune in nature, but because I wasn't experiencing anything super noticeable on lab work or in terms of symptoms, they didn't ever delve deeper. And some suggested that I had symptoms because I was a few pounds overweight or because I was in my mid-30s and was by that time and was getting older. So I remained undiagnosed and untreated until I was about 47, at which point I started having discomfort in my upper right abdomen. And my primary care doctor went back through my records over the past decade and noticed that my liver enzymes, while not really very high, were still climbing over that decade. So she ordered a biopsy, and at that point, my liver enzymes, as I said, were not very high, but they had my antibodies had already caused irreparable damage to my liver. If there are any doctors listening, please be aware that your patients may have a fire smoldering inside them. Don't just look for the 4-alarm fires before you take action. I was a little overweight at the time of my biopsy, and the first hepatologist I saw was convinced that I had fatty liver disease and was as shocked as I was when the biopsy came back showing cirrhosis with no fatty liver disease. And the subsequent lab work and response to steroids indicated that I have AIH. It was very difficult in those days to find a doctor who knew anything about the disease. And with the increasing incidence of AIH, I hope it's easier now for patients to be diagnosed. So what's it like living with AIH? Well, you worry a lot and you get on with your life. Once you get one autoimmune disorder, others tend to follow. I now have been diagnosed with 6 and I'm being tested for a possible lucky 7th. I spend a lot of my time in doctors' offices, And while it's difficult to parse out which symptoms are directly related to AIH and not one of the others, right upper quadrant pain, poor sleep quality, itching, fatigue, migrating joint and muscle pain, frequent acute illnesses, and brain fog are right up there. I have to manage my energy expenditures very carefully, and it's all about priorities now. The muscle and joint pain is unpredictable, and sometimes it's not there, and occasionally it keeps me on the couch all day. It moves around, which is probably what makes doctors and family members and friends skeptical. It makes planning very difficult. There are thick mats of cobwebs in my head. Complex, sustained thinking is very difficult for me to do now. Happily, I'm retired and I no longer have to really focus as much, but it was a constant stressor when I was working. I never knew which days I'd be fully functional. Nowadays, when these symptoms rear their heads, the result is that I do less, fewer social interactions, less volunteering, less exercising, less travel, less everything. Fortunately, the combination of medications and the diet that I follow keep me ticking most of the time. I currently take azathioprine and budesonide to manage my condition. I was on prednisone for over a decade. These drugs have kept my liver enzymes just at or slightly above normal, and they greatly improve my quality of life. But I still experience joint pain and stiffness on most days to some extent. In 2017, I made a number of dietary and lifestyle changes in an effort to resolve a gut issue, at which time my symptoms mostly resolved and my liver enzymes gradually lowered to well within the normal range. I tried going off the meds at that time, but when my liver enzymes shot up very quickly over a few weeks, it became clear that I need both the medications and the dietary and lifestyle changes. In the past year, while traveling, I loosened up on those dietary changes, which are admittedly very difficult to maintain, and my symptoms worsened, so I'll be returning to my dietary changes from here on. AIH patients all have a choice. We can take medications that slowly poison us, or we can die an early death. And every day when I swallow azathioprine, I have an involuntary shudder. The drug insert emphasizes the importance of washing your hands after taking it, because even the tiny residual amount on your fingertips can be toxic to somebody else. It can also cause lymphoma and lower resistance to other bugs, which is just dandy during a pandemic. As a result of long-term use of these drugs, I now have type 2 diabetes, osteoporosis, increased intraocular pressure, cataracts, paper-thin skin that rips all the time, frequent skin cancers. For some of these conditions, I take more drugs, which also have their own constellation of side effects. The first year on prednisone, I gained 60 pounds. I attribute the bowel perforation I had about 6 years ago to the effects of the steroids on my colon. I regularly learn that some new feature I discover on or in my body is due to the effects of the steroids on connective tissue. My white count is always low, and I pick up and hold on to pretty much any acute illness that comes my way, making my retirement plan to see the world difficult, restricted, and oftentimes scary. These days, if I take my meds and I keep to the diet, I do pretty well, although I still worry about my susceptibility to skin or liver cancer, my weakening bones, acute disease, and how much longer my liver is going to hold out. When I was first diagnosed, I was told that I had a life expectancy of at most 6 to 8 years. I had young children at the time, and the fear that I wouldn't get to see them grow up was really awful. And now, 22 years later, the fear of contracting a serious illness, either acute or cancer, and not being able to fight it off or to physically manage the treatment because of drug interactions or liver complications is front and center. You can get used to the pain and the discomfort from this disease, but what I find hardest to deal with is the uncertainty and fear. I wish this disease had a cure and that there was a way to diagnose it earlier so that other patients don't have to learn that they have stage 4 fibrosis at the same time they receive their AIH diagnosis. I wish patients were treated more seriously when they have this weird array of symptoms instead of being handed a prescription for antidepressants. So what can researchers, doctors, pharmaceutical companies, and governments do to help? Give us a cure, not Band-Aids. I read about a successful gene editing treatment recently for leukemia. Can this technology not be used for autoimmune disorders? Let's see some progress here. Give us treatments that don't cause even more misery or cause us to have to take more drugs. I'm now on 3 more prescription drugs to manage the new disorders caused by my AIH meds. Give us affordable drugs with no surprises at the cash register. My first several times picking up a 3-month supply of budesonide cost over $1,500 each. To put it mildly, that was real sticker shock to someone with good insurance about to retire. Yesterday, that same prescription cost me $15. What's going on here? Fund medical schools to build programs to help their students learn to diagnose and manage these illnesses. They specialize so intensely now, they're really unable to put together the puzzle pieces when multiple systems are involved. Get more clinical trials going and fund basic research. The only treatments have been around for decades, with not much in the pipeline that might be an actual cure or a better, less harmful treatment. There are over 80 different autoimmune disorders, all of which might be potentially curable if the mechanism for them is fully understood. NIH indicates a prevalence of 5 to 8% of Americans have some type of autoimmune condition, and it is rapidly increasing. This seems like an enormous opportunity for researchers and drug makers, both financially and from the reduction of suffering if people were at minimum given drugs that worked and didn't cause other serious disorders like cancer and diabetes to pile in on top of already serious illnesses. Finally, study the environmental factors that may be causing this increase in autoimmune conditions. Get legislators and regulators involved and fix the root of the problem. Thank you very much for your time today.
Adrienne, thank you for sharing your story today. And thank you to all the folks who gave remarks here. These stories were tough to hear. We've had people jumping in and out of the meeting as their schedules allow. So I want to reiterate what I shared earlier, especially for new patients who might be listening in and understandably be a little scared and worried about what their life might look like after hearing these statements. Not all patients experience severe symptoms, and patients' experiences with the disease can vary greatly. I also wanted to take this opportunity to once again mention that we are going to host a drug development meeting patient follow-up session on February 2nd to really discuss and put into perspective what we heard here today. I'll be sending an invitation out to that event after the meeting today. Now we're going to shift gears and move on to another Q&A panel with patients. This one will focus on views of currently available treatments. We'll have several poll questions throughout, and we will ask attendees who are patients or caregivers to respond to the poll questions. We'll also ask you to utilize the chat box to share any comments or opinions you have there. So on this panel, we have 2 patients and caregivers who just gave remarks, Mandy and Catherine, and then we also have 2 additional patients joining in the panel. So welcome to all. I'll ask you to turn on your video and you can unmute yourselves right now. Wonderful. So I think I'd like to start by introducing the 2 patients who didn't give prepared remarks and asking them to tell us briefly in about a minute or so about their experience with autoimmune hepatitis so far. Jody, would you like to get us started?
Sure, happy to. My name is Jody Schuckerman. I'm actually currently work in the pharmaceutical industry. I'm a global brand director at a major pharmaceutical company. I am a trained pharmacist. although these days I don't use that much of my degree. But I started my journey in college. I donated blood and got a very nice note. This was kind of around 2000, 1999, from the blood bank saying, something's wrong, we don't know what it is, but all your viral hepatitis tests are negative. Thank you for giving blood. Don't ever do it again. And so many, again, in college, I didn't have any symptoms. I kind of ignored it. Some follow-ups. After college, I had an ultrasound that showed potentially some fatty deposits, and a primary care doctor that just kind of monitored it until, because I had LFTs just about the upper limits of normal, but no, not really more than 2 times the upper limit of normal. It wasn't until 2007, so just about 10 years later, I had some acute abdominal pain, which sent me to the ER, and my LFTs were off the chart, which then led to a series of tests and getting my first biopsy and a diagnosis of autoimmune hepatitis. And I've been on treatment for 15 years and starting to see the complications of long-term steroid use.
Thank you, Jody. We appreciate you being here today. Veronica, hello. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your experience with AIH?
Hi, everyone. I'm glad to be here. My name is Veronica Williams. I am an AIH patient. I'm also on the executive board of the association. So my story is I was 29. After college, I was just working in retail, and I contribute my symptoms to just working too much. In 2001, I began to experience like constant heartburn. I was really, really nauseated. And then after several weeks, having a conversation with my mom, she was like, "Oh, you look really yellow. You're really jaundiced." I'm like, "Well, what is that?" So after her convincing me to go to the doctor, I went to the emergency room, and they're like, "No, we have to keep you." And being an like, "Are you serious?" So I was hospitalized for 2 weeks, put on a prednisone treatment to get me stabilized. They were saying, "Oh, your liver enzymes are elevated." I'm like, "I don't even know what that is." So after, they explained it to me, then the conversation went to my mom, telling my mom that I was on drugs. I'm like, "I've never taken drugs a day in my life." So they, essentially told my mom to go to my house, get all my drugs out of my medicine cabinet. And, they finally released me after 2 weeks on a prednisone regimen. Essentially, I was passed along to various doctors. They were just treating me for symptoms. So I went undiagnosed for 10 years, going from doctor to doctor. And it wasn't until I moved to the Midwest in 2012 that I received an official diagnosis, in which I was already 3 weeks away from complete liver failure. So that is the short and sweet of the story of how I got diagnosed with autoimmune hepatitis.
Thank you, Veronica. Mandy, you don't need to introduce yourself, but I wanted to ask you a quick follow-up question about Ellie's remarks. First of all, she did an amazing job sharing her story with AIH, and I know she's in school right now, but I hope you'll pass on our thanks to her. She mentioned twice in her remarks that autoimmune hepatitis doesn't impact her on a daily basis. And I was just curious, as her mom, if you agree with that, or if you might have a slightly different perspective.
Yeah, I have a completely different perspective. When she was first diagnosed, we made, as parents, the decision to try and, keep her life as normal as possible. And I think that, we've done a pretty good job of that. But it impacts her every day. She's actually home from school today as a result of her recent hospitalization and her steroid taper. She now has a steroid-induced rash all the way across her face. And as a 15-year-old, you don't want to go to school with a rash across your face. And normally they would be giving her an antibiotic for it that the dermatologist isn't comfortable giving her with her condition. So to say it doesn't impact her on a daily basis is generous, and I'm glad she feels that way. But being immune compromised during a pandemic when you're 12 and all the other parents are saying, "Oh, the kids are fine, the kids won't get it," and having to keep her and her brother home was really terrible. It was really miserable.
Now she started high school. She's a straight A student. She's a great kid. But a lot of the kids around her are starting to, try a beer, try a drink here and there, and she's being left out of social gatherings because they know she can't do that. And these aren't bad kids. These aren't kids who are, going out partying, but, they're 15, 16 years old. She gets, one of the kids said, "Oh, well, you can't come because you have a grandma liver." She laughs it off and she comes home and she works on her other stuff. She's actually a 3-sport athlete. She missed her entire freshman soccer season with the exception of the last 3 weeks due to the flare that she just had. So it impacts her greatly. I love that she kind of has her dad's stiff upper lip march on attitude. And I think that's going to serve her really, really well in life. But being immune compromised, she's been immune compromised since she was 7. That impacts her, especially now with all the stuff going on. She's done 2 major steroid tapers. The first one when she was 7 gave her glaucoma. They told us we might have to choose between her, the glaucoma treatment wasn't working. We might have to choose between treating her liver or treating her eyes. Thankfully, this last steroid treatment that she just finished, she did not get the glaucoma, but it's another whole day of appointments, going and missing school. And, it's 45 minutes away to the only, qualified pediatric ophthalmologist that she can see. She had, so it's tough. There's a lot of tough things. And, I think like everybody else who we saw in the panel, you learn to live with it, or you try to call it your new normal, but it's not normal and it's rough.
Thank you, Mandy, for sharing that perspective as her mom and caregiver. I want to now ask the entire group our first question, which is, how many different medications have you used to treat your AIH? And Catherine, you listed a whole list off in your prepared remarks. Can you talk a little bit more about the different medications you've tried?
Yeah, so I have been on prednisone, azathioprine, budesonide, mycophenolate, tacrolimus, and sirolimus. And as of right now, I'm on a really small dose of prednisone, 10 milligrams a day, which for me, I've noticed I don't really feel the side effects of prednisone. I know we all hate prednisone and their side effects. But for me, I don't actually feel those rough side effects unless it's like 20 milligrams or above. So luckily on a day-to-day basis, I don't really, feel the wrath of prednisone that much. And then I'm also taking tacrolimus and sirolimus right now. So that combination seems to be working for me right now, but with my diagnosis, my levels are always so back and forth, which is why there's been so many different changes, because it seems like after, my levels will be normal, and then it's like my liver gains a tolerance and it needs something different to kind of shock it back to being normal again. So they just go back and forth. But lately, things have been good with this combination. But yeah, I've definitely been on numerous medications for this. So prednisone side effects, we all know, are not fun. Azathioprine, my hair was falling out. I gained a lot of weight when I was on prednisone too. So that combination was not fun, especially being in college, and it was not good for my self-esteem. When I was on mycophenolate, I didn't really notice any like insane side effects at first, but I was on it for about a year and a half, I believe. It gets a little blurry, but I noticed that I developed some anxiety from taking that, and I'm not an anxious person normally. And so when I would wake up and I would feel that way, throughout the day, I was always so confused, and I'm like, this just isn't me. And then you kind of further spiral into that. And then it seemed like after about 2 weeks I was off of it, I didn't have, as intense of those anxiety feelings anymore, which was really good. And then with budesonide, when I was taking that, I think when you first get on and then when you taper off of it, I would get pretty bad headaches. So that was kind of a struggle with that. Luckily, I don't think I was on that one for that long, and it didn't really do much for me when I was on it. So as of right now, my side effects seem to be like at a very minimal. I feel like I live a pretty normal life despite the back and forth of my levels all the time. You know, I have my random tired days, like I said, but it's just random whenever I do. And I just call it like an episode. Like about a week and a half ago, I had really bad liver pain just randomly for a day, and then it goes away for months. So it's very random.
Thank you, Catherine. We appreciate you being so candid and sharing. Jody, you've had the disease for numerous years. What types of medications have you been on to treat AIH?
Yeah, when I first got diagnosed, I was put on a kind of low dose of azathioprine and a high dose of steroids, which, you know, I was also going to business school part-time, which kept me up at night, but it was great because I was up studying for my business school and trying to do work full-time and go to school at night and on weekends. But after that, a short period of time, they tapered my prednisone dose, eventually saw someone up in Boston, and they increased my azathioprine dose and continued to decrease my prednisone dose. And that's been the mainstay of my treatment for many years. I've had probably the first kind of 10 years try to get off of the steroids and continue to do prednisone taper. And I get to about 5 milligrams, my LFTs would bump up again. And so then they'd increase the prednisone, stable me out again for a few months, and then try it again, which is very disheartening because you don't know what's causing it. It's you don't want to be on the prednisone. I'm more informed than the average patient. I know the complications of it. And it's, after 4, 5, 6, like 7, 8, I don't know how many tapers I've been on. But it is very disheartening to have to go through that over and over and over again. I did have a clinician decide to switch me to try to get me off of the prednisone, go to mycophenolate and potentially tacrolimus. Started the mycophenolate, got to a kind of increased my dose to where it needed to be, and got a conjunctivitis that wouldn't clear for months. And after a lot of investigation with an ophthalmologist, they determined I was just over immunosuppressed, and my eye infection wouldn't clear. So went back to the prednisone and azathioprine. And a few months later, it did eventually clear the eye infection. So back again to kind of azathioprine, prednisone, pre-COVID. I'm now at about 7 milligrams, and through COVID, they haven't switched my prednisone dose, mainly because of prednisone. They didn't want to play around with anything and have me end up in an acute care setting. And just had the conversation this week to start another taper, although I have no expectations that it's going to work.
Wow, Jody, that's so disheartening, but gosh. Veronica, what about you? What medications have you taken for your AIH?
When I first got symptoms, and when I was hospitalized, they put me on prednisone, and I was on real high doses of prednisone. I don't know exact, I can't remember, it was so long ago. And then, as you know, I went 10 years without any medication. Well, any medication, because they didn't know what I had. I was taking heartburn medicine. And when I got diagnosed, they put me on 60 milligrams 3 times a day of prednisone, which is the absolute worst. I don't think I slept for a year. I had anxiety. It's horrible. And then when the doctor finally felt like I was stable enough to try other medicines, that was azathioprine. I took that for approximately 2 weeks, and then they tried Imuran, and I tried that for a couple of weeks, did not tolerate it. And I remember vividly on the cusp of my 40th birthday, I called into the doctor. I was having a birthday party the next day. I'm on my best friend's couch, and I'm like, you need to call me something else in because this is not working. So I'm currently on mycophenolate, and call it my miracle pill, because that was the pill that stabilized me. for years until I got a little antsy. Like, I'm doing well. I can get off this medicine. I was not on medicine for 10 years now. So me and my doctor into a whole fight about it. And he was like, go ahead, Veronica, go ahead. I'm gonna let you, not take medicine and see how you do. Nope, 4 days. 4 days is the fourth day is the magic day where I revert back into going to liver failure. So I can no longer, we now know that I can't be off of all medication. I have to stay on some medication. Right now it's mycophenolate. Luckily, I'm on one of the lowest dosage of it. So I've tried 3, and luckily mycophenolate happened to work for me.
That's great to hear, Veronica, that you're on a pretty low dose. Mandy, I'd love to hear more about the medications that Ellie's taken to treat AIH.
Sure. When she was first diagnosed right before she was 8, so she was really little, they put her on an 80 milligram prednisone taper along with azathioprine. 80 milligrams of prednisone is a lot for anybody, never mind a 7-year-old. That was really miserable. She didn't sleep. She was super anxious. She didn't understand what was going on. The azathioprine works for her, thankfully. So she stayed on that for about 3 years, just the azathioprine. She didn't have to stay on the prednisone, which was great because it was giving her glaucoma. She did the azathioprine for 3 years. That works really well for her. It worked well enough that they wanted to try and take her off of it and see if she could maintain off of it. And then they were able to give her Pentasa, which is like the lowest level medicine for whatever her colitis situation is, which still is not technically colitis. It's definitely not Crohn's. They don't quite have that figured out. But Pentasa is the lowest and safest medication that they could put her on. And she was able to stay on it for almost 3 years. So no azathioprine and just the Pentasa. And she was doing great. She got the flu. She got H1N1, knocked her right out of remission. We had to go back on the azathioprine. Her doctor was a champ, and he was willing to try the azathioprine without the prednisone because of her glaucoma. And it worked really quickly, which I don't think a lot of doctors would have been willing to try, but he did, and I was really thankful. So she's back on the azathioprine, but you can't take azathioprine and Pentasa together. So this is now leaving her stomach very sensitive. And nobody told us, and I know one thing about autoimmune diseases is like some people can take Advil and some people can't. And for some reason, she was taking Advil for some stomach pain. And we think that might be what caused her last massive flare and left her in the hospital for 12 days. She lost 17 pounds and then got sciatica from that. And I mean, it was just, now she has the rash from it. So she can't take the Pentasa. The next step up from that would be probably a Remicade, an infusion that has a lot of other potential side effects. So trying to figure out this puzzle of medications for what works with her hepatitis that can also control her colitis and have the best safety profile. I'm a lawyer by trade. I'm not a scientist. And so when you have different hepatologists and different GI doctors proposing different things as a patient, that's really scary because it's kind of up to you to decide what to try. And, you do your best to do good research with good sources, but, it's tricky.
Thank you, Mandy. I'd now like to talk more specifically about steroids, particularly prednisone. I'm curious, for those who have kind of been on and off, what's the longest period of time you were on steroids?
I can jump in. I've been on steroids since the day I got diagnosed. So I've never come off of them. So that's 15 years at this point.
And can you share a little bit more about the impact that's had on your health?
Sure. I mean, I think it's, the last couple of years, I've definitely started to see some of those complications, trying to do good surveillance, knowing that I'm on long-term steroids. I've gone through DEXA scans, that's to check your bone mineral density. So I'm osteopenic. So I'm in my 40s and I've been osteopenic. I get yearly dilated eye exams. I'm starting to have cataracts, probably because of the steroids. Weight gain has been a major side effect. I again, went through taper, my LFTs went up, had to kind of increase my dose. And the physician I was seeing at the time increased it to 20 milligrams, and I gained 10 pounds in 1 week. And I was on that dose for about a month, and that it's hard to lose weight. It's really hard to lose weight taking chronic steroids. I mean, I've done it. It's not impossible, but it is difficult. So those are the big things. I know I've had some skin changes, so making sure you're seeing a dermatologist, and not just your regular dermatologist. I've had local ones who say, I have no idea what that thing is on your skin. And so being chronically immunosuppressed and steroids can cause some skin changes. Luckily, I was being seen at an academic medical center at Yale and got to see a transplant dermatologist. So they know all the ins and outs of weird skin things that come up because of immunosuppression. And so making sure doing that monitoring as well. As I like to say, I'm quite moly, so I've got a lot of interesting things on my skin. And so it's important to track some of those things as well. And it's not just like you're trying to take your medicine, but the medicine you're taking could cause long-term complications. And where I am in my disease, I knew this starting, and I was like, well, I'll kind of deal with it when I get there. And now I'm there. And so it's, what do I need to do to make sure that I track and monitoring those things? And kind of like Adrienne was saying in her video earlier, what's next is medications to treat the complications. Knock on wood, I don't have, type 2 diabetes, but it is something I know could be coming, and other complications.
Thank you, Jody. Would anyone else like to comment about how long you've been on steroids and some of the impacts of prednisone?
It's fine, Karen. So I've only been on prednisone for an extended period of time when I first got diagnosed. And then again, when I convinced my doctor that I can come off the medication. So it's always, whenever you do your blood work and you see that your liver function is off, it's always the fear that they're going to put you back on prednisone. So again, I've been fortunate to only be on prednisone for short period. Well, a year is not short at all, but I say any day on prednisone is not good, because as the other patients have said, it causes havoc on your body and in your mental state as well.
Yeah, and I would just add from a pediatric perspective, I mean, certainly the prednisone is awful for everybody. Ellie stopped growing while she was on her prednisone, and during her diagnosis period, that was one of the reasons they started taking her abdominal pain seriously. She stopped growing. So thankfully she was already 5'2", but she's still 5'2". She didn't grow past 4th grade. And some of the doctors say it was because of the prednisone. So, certainly an extra added thing for the pediatric patients to consider.
Catherine, do you want to add anything before we move on?
Yeah, so I think probably like most of everyone here, when you first are diagnosed, you get started off on a really high dose of prednisone, which obviously you taper down from that. And that's like, it's such a weird change because you go from, I was a normal girl in college, and then all of a sudden I have this chronic liver disease, and now I'm gaining weight, and I have moon face, and I have the worst attitude because prednisone just makes you, angry, and then you're just frustrated because it's because of that, and you're not you. So that was a really that whole summer was very interesting because I was diagnosed in May of 2019. So those next few months were a huge learning curve because of that. Since then, I've been on and off of prednisone. I believe, so I started off with a certain doctor in University of Chicago. And then I think after about a year and a half of my diagnosis, so July of 2020, I now am with, Dr. Lammert, and now I'm on a low dose of prednisone, and I've been on a low dose of prednisone since then. So I believe probably like a year and a half. And like I said, when you're on it for so long, you can tell, when the side effects really hit you at what dosage. And then, at what dosage you really don't feel them. But I also, after speaking with, or after listening to everyone talk, I feel like I'm also at a point to where I've been on it for so long, maybe I just don't feel the side effects, or like I have the side effects, but I don't notice them on a day-to-day basis just because I've dealt with it for 1.5 years now at a low dose. So, I'm sure at times like my energy could be better, or my attitude could be better about certain things. But at this point, I'm like, oh, maybe that's just me. But maybe the prednisone still has to do with some of that stuff. So yeah, it kind of confuses you a little bit. And I still, even though I feel like I'm living a pretty healthy life, with my back and forth AIH and with all the medications I'm on, I still every day when I take prednisone, I'm like, man, I hate this stuff. Man, I hate this stuff. The goal is to always just get off of prednisone. So yeah, I'm with you all there. I'm still on it and I'd love to be off of it, but I also want to have normal levels. So it's kind of a trade-off.
Thank you, Catherine. We'd now like to move to a poll question for our audience members who are patients or caregivers.
And that poll question is, are you satisfied with your current treatment for AIH? It's very simple. On a Likert scale of very satisfied all the way to very dissatisfied. And we'll wait here for just a few seconds for most of our participants to participate. And looks like we're getting just over 50%. So now over 60. So in the interest of time, I'm going to end the poll and share the results. I think it's pretty clear from what our panel is discussing, also what is in the chat box as well. This is kind of a normal distribution if you want to think about curves and statistics, but we get in the middle of somewhat satisfied, but showing that probably with a standard deviation below that, many patients are either somewhat satisfied, dissatisfied, or very dissatisfied. So again, I think it echoes the sentiment of hopefully future therapies that are better. I do want to just comment before any other question, Aaron. There was a comment that I thought was interesting in the chat box directed at me, but asking about what providers are taught about medical toxicities or treatment toxicities, and how are we taught to balance medicines and their side effects. And if I can just be very candid, none really. I think as a practitioner, you have to be well aware of side effects of the medication that you wield, essentially. You also have to know the potential data on the outcomes and what the expectation is. But I also think probably more importantly is a candid discussion before you start these therapies. I think about this every day, and it's my greatest fear ever to cause a side effect related to immunosuppression, but also realize that we operate in the realm of the benefit outweighs the proverbial risk, but the risks are real. And I've had patients that have had real life-threatening risks. So I think in terms of the other feedback I'll give to that comment is, if you think your doctor's being too aggressive or you're concerned about the side effects, again, that is an open opportunity to discuss that with him or her at your appointment as well.
We're going to go ahead and do another poll question now as well. So Kelsey, if you can bring up the next one, that would be great.
So this poll question asking, are you or the patient a difficult to treat patient, meaning that your liver test, ALT or AST, has not normalized despite a year more of therapy, or you still required steroids or multiple immunosuppressants to keep your liver tests normal? So we've just reached the 50% response. We'll wait just a few more seconds. And so now it's 60% or so. I'm going to end the poll and show you the responses. And you can see that actually 40% of this audience fits within that realm. And again, I'll talk in my conversation coming up that these patients are really big unmet need among others in terms of optimizing therapy, but also looking for new therapies as well.
Thank you, Dr. Lammert. That was really insightful, I think, to tell our audience about that. So our next question for our panel, we've talked a little bit about side effects from prednisone, but I'm curious what side effects, if any, from either prednisone or other AIH medications do you experience, and how have these specifically impacted your quality of life?
So I currently have minimal side effects. I do suffer from fatigue, but I am the type of person that I am super busy all the time. So I just push through. You know, I never know if it is from the AIH or from work or from school. So another side effect from the microphenotype is I got diagnosed with skin cancer in 2016. So now I also see a dermatologist that does full body scans every 6 months, just to be, you know, on the safe side, because where they found my mole was on my foot, of all places. And I thought, you know, I knew there was something strange about it. The mole, it looks normal because I have moles that I can identify easily that I was born with. But this particular one, was on my foot. I was like, you know, I just happened to say to the doctor, oh, I have this mole. And he was like, oh, okay, we'll just go send you to a dermatologist. And sure enough, I went in and her first response was, I'll just biopsy it. I'm like, really? And then, you know, I got the phone call on the weekend from the cell phone from the doctor, like, you need to get back in here. I need to go deeper. It's cancer. So I worry about skin cancer a lot. And I moved to the South where there's a lot of sun. So I have to make sure that I'm covered up and wear sunscreen. And so, and I'm also anemic that I don't know if it's contributing from the AIH because I don't respond to pills. I have to get the IV push every now and again, but again, since I've moved to the South, that, you know, no longer issue that's on the forefront. I do have diabetes. It, you know, again, I don't know if it's contributing to the AIH and it runs in my family. So more recently, my doctor had put me on Ozempic, in which cleared up. I'm now pre-diabetic. With, you know, some of the side effects that I go through that may or may not be contributable.
Thank you, Veronica. Would anyone else like to jump in about how quality of life is impacted by the medications you take for your AIH?
I know I talked a lot about prednisone. I luckily have not had too many side effects attributed to the azathioprine. I think my biggest complaint is, right, with the azathioprine, making sure you're monitoring your white blood cell count, and really having to go for routine blood draws to check your, you know, white blood cells and how that's doing, and making sure you're not taking too much, so to speak. And I know it seems like a little thing, but when you're going every month and you're in your 30s and you're a busy professional, you know, I've learned you just can't walk into, you know, your local lab, like a LabCorp or Quest, and just get a blood draw. I mean, it's a pain. So you're trying to find time in the day to schedule an appointment. My recommendation is never go without an appointment. And, you know, sometimes I'm an easy stick, sometimes I'm a hard stick, walk away with bruises. And it's, you know, it's an inconvenience that most of your peers never have to go through, to have to do that and make that a part of your life on an ongoing basis. I mean, it maybe a half hour, an hour every month, but it is a constant reminder that you're not a healthy person and that you are living with a chronic illness that people don't see. And from the outside, you may look like a normal person, but you're in that lab every month.
I think in the interest of time, thank you, Jody. We'll move to another poll question we have for our audience now.
And that poll is, how often do you take your medication exactly as prescribed? We're nearing 60%, and in the observance of time, I'm going to end the poll. Sharing the results, and you can see a majority of the individuals on today is all the time. That's great. Most of the time, I think is still pretty good. There's still a proportion of patients that are not doing what they probably need to do. But again, maybe looking into why that is. And again, there's been some data, actually, some of the patients that are the most non-compliant tend to be younger. So there are some important pieces to that as well. So thank you for sharing that.
Thanks, Dr. Lammer. Back to our panel. I now want to cover a topic that comes up all the time in our support groups and online forums. It's been mentioned numerous times in the chat today during the meeting. In addition to taking medication your hepatologist or gastroenterologist prescribes for your AIH, do you take any vitamins or supplements? And in your opinion, have they helped?
I'll jump in on that. I think one of the hard parts of autoimmune diseases is that, Western medicine helps and it can save your life, but it doesn't alleviate all the symptoms, and you don't know what causes your flares, and you kind of wind up, or I as a mother wound up scrounging around and looking for other things to help and other ways to control it. We did an elimination diet. I took her down to just rice, and then every other day would add in something, and found that she was really sensitive to nightshades. I did not know what nightshades were prior to this journey. But if I keep her away from tomatoes, peppers, and paprika specifically, her stomach pain is much, much better. A lot of people try to tell me it's the carbohydrates or it's the lactose, or she's fine with gluten and dairy. So that worked for us, but it doesn't work for everybody. I know in my support groups, different people have been able to try different things. We were also recommended to try curcumin, which she can't take because that hurts. The pepperin in it really hurts her gut a lot, which is a bummer because I guess it helps some other people. And the Visbiome probiotics, which are also known as VSL3, I think it's 2 different companies now, again, have been really, really helpful for her over the years. But, and again, other people take different ones. And I really wish there was something a little more, something that the GI person could tell you instead of trying to find it out on your own, because it's always kind of scary to try something. She also does take multivitamins and vitamin D3 on recommendation of some different doctors as well.
Thank you, Mandy. What about others? Have you taken any vitamins or supplements?
I'll talk a little bit on this. So yeah, I haven't taken any vitamins or supplements, but I'm a big numbers person, and I knew probably after a little while after being diagnosed that I'm probably going to have to do something myself to try and curb the side effects that I'm feeling from different medications and medication changes. So what I would do, there was about a 3-month period where I went gluten-free, and I would get labs done consistently during that time to see if my numbers, were at least trending downward. And for me with gluten, I didn't notice anything, but personally, I felt like I had more energy and less bloating, less stomach pain. And so for that reason, 80-20, most of the time I try to avoid gluten, but I do know that it didn't necessarily affect my labs, but it helped my side effects. And then sugar recently, this past year, for about 6 weeks, I cut out all sugar except for fruits. I mainly stuck with just berries. And then if there was like sugar in the gluten-free bread that I eat, which is maybe like 3 milligrams, I stuck with that, and I got labs done every single week. And I actually noticed that my labs were trending downward when I made that change. So I do those little studies on myself to see if maybe they'll help me with my labs. And then if they don't help me with my labs, I can say, okay, well, did this help with the side effects? And I feel like after doing those few things and now, working out and living that 80-20 lifestyle with those different changes that I've made has helped me maintain feeling healthy and normal despite all of the harsh, medications I might be on and all the different medication changes.
I take some multivitamins. At one point I was taking vitamin E because there was thought that that would have some benefit, but there was some studies that completed and didn't show any benefit in liver health. But I had weight loss surgery kind of halfway through after my diagnosis many years in as a kind of way for myself to be a healthier human, knowing that I, have to make sure I'm healthy, because I'm going to have to deal with living with a chronic illness. And if everything else is good, then that's a positive thing. And so after that, I do take, as a part of that, multivitamin, I do take calcium supplements, which is also what I'm using for osteopenia. B12, I've been taking vitamin D since the start of the pandemic. I think it's just an extra, I think people are just like, it's an extra help. That's about it, but it's nothing special or extraordinary.
Thank you, Jody. Go ahead, Veronica. Do you have something to
I
add?
agree. I take minimum. I only take a children's vitamin, and I just recently started taking vitamin D last year. If I must be honest, I'm really scared to take anything. I don't even take pain medicine. I'm very cautious on, because everything goes to the liver. So I just, take the minimum. I don't like to experiment.
Thank you. We'd now like to move to a poll question on a similar topic. So go ahead, Kelsey.
Yeah, so the question is, in addition to taking the medication your hepatologist or gastroenterologist prescribes for your AIH, which strategy do you find most important to manage your AIH symptoms? I think important, as we've heard now from a few panelists, that they felt like they needed to take some of these approaches into their own hands. So let's see what the audience has to say. You're just at a quarter of people responding. We'll let it go a little bit longer, because this is an important one. So as we now just encroached onto 60%, I'm going to end the poll. And just to look at the results, I do think it's interesting, it's just kind of the fresh read here. Kudos to those that have used counseling and therapy. I think that's another realm that we haven't really hit on enough during this meeting, but maybe future. Obviously, diet modifications, and we suggested a few different diets. Of course, we're not saying that these are necessarily working, but again, strategies patients employ, and I see it in the clinic that some of these patients see benefits as well. But also reassuringly, that others are looking for other things, such as exercise, which also may impact other organ systems too, as well as a few other alternative strategies. Interestingly, though, too, none of the above. So again, whether they don't have symptoms or in fact haven't considered trying some of these other alternative strategies.
Thank you, Dr. Lammer. I want to ask our panel one last question before we wrap up and try to get back on schedule with our agenda today. What would you most like to change about treatments for autoimmune hepatitis?
I guess I'll go. The safety profile on azathioprine when you start when you're 7 really isn't great. There's a potential risk for cancer, and if there was something safer out there, if there was something less scary, that would be really great. So I guess that's my wish.
I think early diagnosis is key to effective treatment. It took so long for me to get diagnosed. I think we need to get to the point in which there are less experimental treatment plans. And like most patients have to go through a series of treatments before they find something that works. So, I think early diagnosis is key to effective treatment.
Well said, Veronica.
I'd love something that, can effectively immunosuppress and control the inflammation that's happening to your liver to prevent future liver damage. So by the time I was diagnosed, I had cirrhosis. But also thinking long-term, many of us, as you've heard today, whether in the videos or here, like this is a chronic illness that we're going to have forever. And we need stuff that we can not only controls that inflammation, but on a long-term basis provides safety. The reality is I probably will never get off some sort of steroid. I'm very steroid responsive, but I need, like, it's not good long-term and it's going to cause those consequences. So something that's, you know, going to maintain your liver function, control the inflammation, and really has those limited long-term consequences, whether it's the side effects of the medication or even things of chronic immunosuppression, right? So living through a pandemic, we all know what it's like about worrying about getting infections. But I think, you know, I work in the field of oncology, and all of these medicines that are available for, or that people use for autoimmune hepatitis, right? It stops your immune system, but that also has a role in cancer. So we're also all at high risk for getting some sort of future cancer. So to decrease that risk would be also important as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to kind of piggyback off of Jody because she kind of said what I was gonna say there is to, I just wish that there was something that is more long-term. And I think your first 5 years are so crucial still, just with understanding your own diagnosis, because it's so, it's just dependent on the person. And so for me, I'm very hard to treat. But I would also still like something, you know, maybe one medication that isn't going to have these harsh side effects that I can take long-term. And as being a young female, I hope to have a family someday. So I don't want, you know, I want something that I can stay on indefinitely and through pregnancy someday, that I know it's not going to have any side effects, you know, during that point in life, or even later on in life with different types of life changes. I'd like to just have confidence in one thing and understand that one medication and its side effects, because let's be real, no medication for this isn't going to have a side effect. But at least I know what I'm going to be on from here on out that's going to keep me consistent, and then I can work with it and live with it, instead of constantly thinking, oh, well, something's going to change eventually. And then, you know, my side effects are going to change, and then I have to change what I'm doing.
Thank you, Catherine. That was very well said. And thank you to all our panelists today. It was wonderful to have you all here. And thank you for being so transparent and willing to share about your experience with this disease and hopes of raising awareness. Now I will turn it over to Dr. Lambert.
Great, Erin. Thanks for closing that up. There was a comment that came in I just wanted to speak to, given it's kind of an area that I focus on. The comment was, why don't doctors try to determine what triggered AIH and treat that? I hear that often, and again, it's in the realm of treatment, right? The problem is we live in a very complex environment, and in fact, we do know a number of things that have been associated with AIH, but it doesn't necessarily mean triggered or causation. So again, our genomes, we think our DNA probably hasn't evolved as fast as maybe the environment that we live in has. So a lot of us believe that that may be in part related to that, but here we are living in 2023, being exposed to new viruses already that may also have been associated with triggering some patients, but realizing that environmental triggers that we live in may trigger AIH for you, but it doesn't trigger AIH for me because of my genetic makeup. So it's a very complex question. But again, because of the multiple environmental contributions to it, I think it's near impossible. But again, we study environment because we like to use that as a way to think about why this disease happens. And maybe this can inform better treatments for the future. So in that realm, I'm going to shift gears too. And I want to thank the panelists as well and the audience for your polling and your chat box responses throughout this meeting. You really have made the meeting. And even myself, who sees a lot of AIH patients, I find something new and interesting every time we have a meeting that's with patients and our members through the AIHA. So I have the pleasure to present the very last portion of our conference that's going to integrate both pieces from this morning and afternoon in the realm of future treatments of AIH, more specifically about the development and need for clinical trials in AIH and finding better treatments. If you just give me one moment. Okay. So first, let's talk about what is a clinical trial. Clinical trials are research studies performed in people that are aimed at evaluating medical, surgical, or even behavioral interventions. And trials are the primary way that researchers find out if a new treatment, like if a drug is safe and effective in people. And they often, clinical trials used to learn if a new treatment is more effective, or maybe it has less harmful side effects than the standard treatment. And again, this should sound familiar, and what we're trying to accomplish here, a reminder what standard treatment is in AIH, and that's azathioprine and corticosteroids. So to better understand this, let's go back in time. So AIH was known as chronic active hepatitis and was generally regarded as a new disease when it was reported by Dr. Waldenstrom in 1950. With time, we realized that this was autoimmune and one treatable by a brand spanking new medication at the time, corticosteroids. But inflammation returned, interestingly, when the steroids were withdrawn. Therefore, a steroid-sparing agent was sought, and on theoretical grounds, actually, there was chosen azathioprine in the mid-60s. The first clinical trials in AIH through the 50s and 60s were often observational. But this basically means that investigators gave steroids and followed to see if patients got better. But even into the very early 70s, there were trials that included the comparison of patients treated with steroids and patients that remained untreated. These were called for because it was a superior design for two comparative groups. And here on the bottom here is a landmark study from 1971. And I'm going to spoil it, but the treated patients, which are on the right, did much better than the patients that were not treated. And what is the most important piece of this is the bottom number down here. This was the number of patients that were in each arm, 27 in the non-treated and 22 in the treated. What's the next more important number is the number of patients that were alive at the time of follow-up. Turns out being treated for AIH is really important. Again, this type of study would never be done anymore, but I think it reiterates the importance of clinical trial design and what we're willing to do. And where have we gone beyond this? And surely we've progressed, and there has been at least one other novel agent, budesonide, in 2010, but two more novel class agents have been explored since 2015 in multi-center national studies. But these were beginning in 2015, but one of these studies is still ongoing. What have we learned, and really what is the state of the art of AIH, you must be asking, and we certainly know from today that azathioprine and steroids. So this talk, again, is surrounds, and the title is the 70 years of quote unquote progress. Have we really seen progress? So endpoints or treatment goals that we seek in the clinic for the treatment of AIH patients really closely align with what we've saw in clinical trials for AIH over the years. And this includes biochemical remission, and that is defined as normal liver tests, AST and ALT, and immunoglobulin G, and or histologic remission. And histologic remission, fancy words for basically saying that on the liver, inflammation level in the liver goes down below this marker of 4, and this is called the Modified Hepatitis Activity Index. Basically, it's a way of defining inflammation in the liver. The pathologist looks at this and is able to complete the score, and we know that a persistence of inflammation above a level of 4 has been associated or linked fairly closely with fibrosis progression. Now, this small study here that I'm sharing is a group of 60 European AIH patients, just to highlight this point even further. And what it is it shows patients that have had liver biopsies separated by 1 year at least, with lab values that have impaired in tote as well. And this study really looked at an important question. How do liver tests correlate with liver inflammation, and how does it relate to fibrosis progression? Here on the left, patients with biochemical remission, meaning normal liver tests, as we said above, had follow-up biopsy, and you can tell that their inflammation of that magic number of 4 or below, it was included in most of the patients. This was reassuring. So again, establishing a baseline or a treatment outcome of normal liver tests is an excellent endpoint. The group on the right, or patients with persistently abnormal liver tests, do look different as well. And again, in this group of 38 patients, you only have a very small proportion of patients that have abnormal liver tests, but inflammation at goal. We see most of them having inflammation that may be increasing the risk of progression. And in fact, that's exactly what the authors saw. Patients that had biochemical remission with really minimal liver inflammation saw 68% of them have fibrosis actually regression and or the stable absence of no fibrosis. Importantly, nobody in that small study had progression. A little bit different on the other side, where we saw 43% of patients with persistent abnormal liver tests had fibrosis progression over the duration of the study. So this is why in most clinical trials to date, they are focused on the involvement of these high risk or partial or non-responding AIH patients, as they just have worse overall outcome. They are more likely to have liver disease progression. But this group of patients, as Dr. Tana had shared earlier, really only represents about 10 to 20% of all AIH patients. And all recent trials, really 2 since 2015, like I said, and 1 getting ready to start, have or will use this group of patients as the main study inclusion definition. But there are other groups with high risk. This includes AIH patients that have had normal liver tests, but then become abnormal or they lose remission. And this may happen, again, depending on the study, anywhere between 30 and 50% of patients during their overall disease course. And interestingly, this study by Hortholt that was published, over 10 years ago, actually showed that having 4 more of these episodes in a decade was associated with disease progression, or in other words, fibrosis progression. Another really important group for a variety of reasons include people of color. As most data suggests, overall liver outcomes in this group also tend to be worse. And unfortunately, people of color have generally been a very small proportion of all studies of AIH historically. That includes clinical trials. And concerningly, to me at least, what little we've learned from AIH studies to date has been mostly from white European populations, yet we apply these findings globally across all races and ethnicities. There are other groups I want to talk about, particularly patients that also have other challenges, not necessarily associated with worse outcomes, that have not been included in clinical trials per se. These include patients that have been intolerant to standard of care, which again includes approximately 10 to 20% of all AIH patients. And a reminder, standard of care is azathioprine and corticosteroids. Those dependent on steroids that have normal liver tests. And again, in our data at IU, but also other data beyond us, we've seen at any given time point after diagnosis in any cohort of AIH patients, approximately 20 to 30% of patients will be on some dose of corticosteroid, whether that's prednisone, prednisolone, or budesonide. And finally, 50% of patients that have impairment of quality of life, not included in studies to date. But what's reassuring, at least from our organization, we've advocated along with other pharmaceutical companies to get these endpoints included to see if any of the new medications that we try in AIH may have impact in some of the different symptoms that we've heard about today. My talk is a little bit different. We're going to pause for some poll questions as well throughout the course of this. So poll question 1. Would you consider participating in an AIH clinical trial if it was indicated? A very robust response here. We're at 50%. As we go over 60, I'm going to end the poll, sharing the results. And I think what is really important, a unanimous response by most people on the call. And I think it's okay if you're not interested in clinical trials, but it also shows AIH patients' willingness to participate in future research studies. And then we'll have one more poll question. What would you most like to change about your treatment for AIH? Similar to what we've talked about a little bit. And because of the responses have a little bit more text, we'll give it a little bit more time. So now that we've moved up closer to 70%, I'm going to end the poll and share the results. And essentially, the majority of patients believe that your treatment should have less side effects. And I think that's a a real call to action. Less so, patients talking about normalization of liver tests. Also, even on the lower side, which surprises me a little bit, that my treatment should improve my symptoms of the disease. And in fact, in a recent publication from this last year, a group of a couple hundred patients from Europe actually said that treatment of symptoms should be more important. But again, I think this is interesting as we discuss clinical trial development in the future. Moving on. As I've stated, all AIH clinical trials in recent history have focused on these patients with insufficient treatment response because, again, they have increased risk of disease progression. Despite this really important need, focusing or limiting future clinical trials on these patients, it does come with challenges. These type of studies represent what we call second-line studies. So what that means is that these trials include only AIH patients that have been on treatment, but also include only about 10 to 20% of patients could even be considered for a trial. And this is in stark juxtaposition of first-line studies, which is where a clinical trial using this strategy would be offered to new AIH patients just diagnosed and then compared to standard of care. In a first-line study, there would be many more patients available to enter. And just to kind of show you, as the rate of AIH from Tess Bitterman's recent paper this past year, AIH incidence is about 4 per 100,000 person years. This means if we followed 100,000 people for 1 year, 4 patients would be diagnosed with AIH during that time. If you extrapolate that out, that patient population is much larger than the prevalence of 26 per 100,000 people in North America at this time. So some believe second-line studies are harder to enroll because possible patients may also fear that there's other therapies that are already available. We've talked about second and third-line agents versus going into a clinical study. And I think it's important, too, to also realize that all recent trials are second-line studies. The last close to first-line study was budesonide that was conducted back in 2010 in the European Union. Also important, if a drug does not work as a second-line agent, it shouldn't mean that that drug is dead for the treatment of AIH, because it doesn't mean it wouldn't work for many patients as a first-line drug as well. So we've discussed the importance of normalizing liver tests and inflammation in the liver as a goal for clinical trials, but there are other possible goals, right? The AIH is heard from patients time and time again that there are so many other pieces worth considering, and we should consider these as we design future trials in AIH as well. So just a list of a few pieces. Patients have been clear that they need new treatments and trials designed accordingly to help with these big issues, such as improved quality of life, that can be measured maybe by using specific instruments that track symptoms or feelings over time. These are called patient-reported outcome measurements or PROMs. We also minimize steroid use or someone's dependency on steroids. Long-term, and to help get rid of steroids quicker, maybe even increase the chances of fibrosis regression. That's a very important conversation I have in my clinic. What is my chances of moving fibrosis the other direction? And we can actually consider that as we measure it, maybe with non-invasive tools. Maybe liver biopsy is not absolutely necessary. And we can use things such as vibration-controlled transient elastography, also known as FibroScan. These tools have been used and validated beyond diagnosis of AIH 6 months and actually may correlate well, potentially for endpoints in AIH too. You also want to maintain remission without flare or loss of remission. Keep liver tests normal for longer, and finally have excellent tolerance of treatment with minimal side effects. All these pieces important as we think about secondary outcomes as we design clinical trials. Moving to just the last few slides here, poll question 3. This is a little bit of a long one. Imagine a new medication has been approved by the FDA for the treatment of autoimmune hepatitis, and your doctor thinks you're a good candidate for this treatment. This medication comes in both daily oral, 1 tablet by mouth every day, or as a home injectable medication that must be administered every 8 weeks by the patient, you, in your arm. The side effects of both medications are similar and generally mild, reassuringly. So given this information, which treatment strategy would you prefer? I'm going to let this one run a little bit longer because the results coming in on my side are interesting. So now we're encroaching upon 75% or so of our participants. I'm going to end the poll. And I do think it's really interesting that the daily oral therapies that we have provided for patients for years are maybe not the most interesting for patients. And this came out of another meeting we had last January with patients and researchers. And we heard this loud and clear as an organization. Why doesn't AIH patients, why don't they have access to longer lasting medications, whether biologics or other therapeutic classes that may only have to be delivered every 6 to 8 weeks and maybe have even better or similar risk profiles? Next poll question. At your doctor's recommendation, a clinical trial coordinator approaches you at your doctor's visit, and they tell you that you qualify for a new clinical trial in AIH that uses a new type of medication to help improve liver inflammation. The trial is 6 months in duration and will require study visits every 2 weeks, each of these lasting somewhere between 30 and 60 minutes each. All labs, imaging, and procedures will be paid for by the study, and you'll receive payment for your participation, obviously, at about $150 per study visit. All patients will be randomized to be treated with either the study drug or a placebo, which a placebo is no active compound. As a part of the trial, all patients must have a liver biopsy within 3 months of the study start and after 6 months of the study intervention to look for improvement in inflammation in the liver. So in your opinion, what aspect of this clinical trial presents the biggest barrier for your participation in it? And again, this is a meaty question. We'll take some time to see the response. So as we're close to the end here, I'm going to end the poll and share the results. Interestingly, one of the number one reasons is you might not get the study drug and instead get the placebo. And I think that's important, not only for clinician investigators, but also the FDA to hear the concern of receiving placebo controlled therapy in a randomized controlled study. Also, liver biopsy ranks pretty high as well, particularly in patients that have had multiple biopsies to date. And again, when we have other potential non-invasive strategies to look, maybe these endpoints are more important. And then what's reassuring is at least the duration of study, the experimental nature of it is not terribly concerning. But study visits and the frequency are a concern. So this may play into the part of how close you are located to the center that's actually conducting the study as well. So, in conclusion, there have been very few clinical trials completed in AIH since its initial landmark studies back in the 60s and 70s. And I think what we've heard today as a part of this drug development meeting is there is an incredible need for both first and second line treatment regimens that are improved above and beyond the current standard of care. And in fact, the current standard of care is just inadequate for a large proportion of patients. I think patients are also been very clear about this as well and loud, that future clinical trials should address patient needs, as well as some clinical unmet needs as well. Not only just hard to control disease, as everything's been geared towards in the past, but looking at patients that lose remission, patients that are dependent on steroids, patients that have poor quality of life, and just as important, studies that include diverse populations so we can better understand their disease course and make sure that the clinical trials that we're designing and the therapies that we see are beneficial are applied to them as well. And then finally, as we said before, non-invasive liver imaging, whether it's FibroScan or some other strategy, should be explored as clinical endpoints for trials in the future with AIH. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Lammer, and thank you to all our speakers and attendees for your time today. A special thank you to Kelsey Green, our meeting coordinator, who worked behind the scenes to make this meeting possible. I just have 2 more quick slides I want to share. I wanted to remind you about our patient follow-up session on February 2nd. I mentioned this several times throughout the meeting. Watch for an invitation to be sent via email. Finally, we ask you to fill out our patient survey. There is a QR code, and I will put the link up in the chat in just a moment. Thank you all. We hope you have a wonderful afternoon and rest of the day. Thanks again.